Well, a very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We really appreciate your patience. We will be starting off in the next 5 minutes. So it's a humble request to everybody on the outside. If I'm audible to you, please do come and settle down on the inside of the conference hall. I repeat, for everybody on the outside, we will be starting the conference in the next 5 minutes. So it's a humble request to each one of you to please come and settle down in the conference hall. Thank you. Once again, it's a humble request to everybody on the outside to please come inside the conference room and settle down quickly so that we can start off with a stunning session that we're looking forward to. I repeat, everybody on the outside, I request all of you to quickly come inside and settle down so that we can start off with our session. Well, a very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, can I hear back? Good evening. Interior designers, I'm expecting a little bit more of an energy. Good evening. That's fabulous. What about the last benchers? Are you not going to participate in the conference? Can I at least see a thumbs up? Are you guys ready? Cheers. All right. Well, on that note, a very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. As you all know, we just celebrated our 75th Independence Day. So let us start with our exquisite session with the national anthem. So I request everybody to kindly raise up for the national anthem, please.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
You may all please be seated. Well, ladies and gentlemen, once again, a very, very warm welcome to Beginup Presents Architecture and Interior Design Excellence Awards and Conference 2022. Well, this evening we have an esteemed gathering of interior designers from more than 20 states. This conference is graced by our esteemed speakers for the session. Well, it is my honor to be welcoming Professor who will join us shortly, Architect Dean Gabriel De Cruz, Dr. Ajay Chandran C.K., Architect Muhammad Amin Nair, and Architect Kavi Jain, last but not the least, the very gorgeous Tanvi Bhatt. So big round of applause to every speaker who has joined us today on this exquisite evening. Well, this conference and awards is curated by Beginup Research Intelligence Private Limited, Bangalore. Speaking of Beginup, it is founded and is a brainchild of Dr. Anand Gopal Nayak. Mr. Nayak is a serial entrepreneur with more than 10 years of experience in business analytics, SaaS, and technology. He is also the author of the best-selling book, 18 But Not Teen and Startup Ladder. Well, it is indeed my honor to be a part of this conference and awards, introducing myself, MC Nitya, and I will be your host for the evening. Well, so are we all set to start off an exquisite evening? Yes, no, I just heard it from the panelists. Are we ready? Yes. That's fabulous. All right, well, on that note, once again, welcoming you all to Beginup Presents Architecture and Interior Design Excellence Awards and Conference 2022. Well, audience, like we all know, light is a symbol of brightness and prosperity. So let us start off by lighting the lamp and invoking the blessings of God. May I please request the dignitaries to kindly step forward, light the lamp, and invoke the blessings of God. Well, audience, with no further delay, let me call up our first speaker for the evening. It is indeed my honor to be welcoming Mohammad Amin Nair, CEO and founder of ANA Design Studio Private Limited. And speaking of him, he is a well-established Indian architect with more than 2 decades of international experience in high-performance buildings. In 1995, he graduated from School of Planning and Architecture, Delhi, where he was a part of the research conducted on bioclimatic architecture with the Bharat School of Architecture. He has been visiting faculty at SPA Delhi, Vastukala Academy and Sushant School of Architecture. He established ANA Design Studio Private Limited in 1996, a full-fledged architecture, engineering and project management firm with projects across India, West Asia and Africa. He ensures that both are closely knit right from the beginning with a vision to improve upon implementation. Well, under his leadership, the firm has delivered some prominent projects such as the Reliance Technology Group, India's largest private sector laboratory with 48 super specialty labs in an area of 5 lakh square feet in Mumbai, India's first LEED Gold certified laboratory, India's first LEED Gold cash and carry. Currently, he is leading projects across India and Africa, of which Landmark Village Development, a 3 million square feet waterfront in Lagos, Nigeria, is a prestigious one. Another is for the Plaza India, an ongoing railway equipment industry in Gujarat, going to be the India's first climate-controlled Internet of Things (LOT) and Power over Internet (PEO) building. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to be welcoming our first esteemed speaker on stage, Mohammad Amin Nair.
Thank you, Nitya. Good evening, everyone. Pleasure to be here. And let me begin by congratulating all of you here. I know it's a hall full of winners and a very, very intimidating prospect to speak to you because each of you is a luminary in your own right. So let me indulge myself in a bit of poetry, which I do sometimes. Not mine. I read others and I read it out. So this one is dedicated to you. I'm sure you, even those who don't really understand Urdu would kind of get it. It's from Faiz, and he says, "100 चांद भी दमकेंगे तो क्या बात बनेगी? तुम आए हो तो इस शाम की औकात बनेगी." So it's for all of you winners. It's for all of you luminaires. And before I start my presentation, let me also confess that interior design really is not my forte, and I will not be in a position to really say much about your profession. So there is this one guy in this room who creates trouble, sitting in the corner over there, Dr. Nayak. All of us are here because of him. And he said I should limit my talk. Importantly, he said limit your talk, very important. And secondly, he said limit it to technology. So I'll try and speak about things that my firm does. And you know, it's interesting being introduced to speak to people such as you. It almost appears as if I am the guy who's doing all this nice work that you're about to see, which is not true. I am the guy who comes and talks. There is a bunch of very smart people sitting in Delhi who are actually doing all this. What you see here in front of you is a live BIM model of a project that we are doing in Africa. Today is the first time that I have dared to share a live model with an audience in real time. So this is, well, sort of the second time I'm doing it. I did it in the first session in the morning as well. This model currently is live. This model is on a server, which is, we've taken cloud space, so therefore, realistically speaking, physically, I do not know where it is. Part of it is in our office. And while you're listening to me, you will see changes occurring on this model, which are being done partly in our office in Delhi, and possibly also in Lagos, because the project managers and the construction team would be using this model right now to plan whatever it is that they want to plan. In terms of tech, there are a lot of, so tech by nature of description is a very dazzling term. And when we talk about tech, we tend to usually think about something which nobody has ever thought before and is going to change everything, and things are going to be just different from tomorrow morning onwards when you wake up. The reality of life is that it's not like that. Everything is actually work in progress, and that was the other reason why today I wanted to speak in this August gathering, and all of you are professionals, by showing something which is not a finished project, but work in progress. This is a design which is in progress. Everything is not finished. It's not constructed. It's not built. I can't show you photographs of this project. Hopefully I will in some years from now. But today this is what it is. This is what somebody is doing somewhere and working. And I wanted to touch upon technology that directly deals with possibly the realm of interior design and how probably it will impact work going forward. So one of the things that we must understand is that technology is what we make of it. So technology by itself, or an idea by itself, or a application by itself doesn't solve any problem. In fact, the reason why a very commonly used term, artificial intelligence, is called artificial is because it is. And therefore, whatever we make of this technology is actually in our hands. And I believe that it has tremendous good potential in working and solving problems for us. So interestingly, before I got on stage, I was having a brief discussion with my friend here, Dr. Chandran, and he said something which is something that probably all of you as senior functionaries in the profession already face, that we have a dearth of people, trained and talented people who can carry out work in various capacities in organizations. And therefore, there are 3 or 4 aspects of technology that I will touch on today, which allow you to multiply the value of a single resource who's working with us. You're all familiar with the software. It's a Revit-based BIM platform. Obviously, the space making and the fundamental structure, etc., is very simple, very easy. I will not get into it. We've been doing it for years now, so there's really nothing much which is new. But in terms of the interior design of spaces, I want to talk about 2 things which I think will change the face of the industry. It is already doing so, but be even more so. This is a multi-story building, and as with most multi-story buildings, one of the largest aspects that we were dealing with when we're talking to the interior design companies who are working on this is the fire hazard aspect of whatever it is that we're going to do. It's in Lagos. It's not the most developed part of the world. They have limitations of firefighting. They have limitations of road. They have limitations of response times. And therefore, this building needs to be completely safe for the owners and the people who use it across the 35 floors that it is. So avoidance, so the fundamental fire hazard that happens in buildings is electricity. The use of electricity, without which we cannot have such buildings or live in them comfortably, is also the precursor to about 95% fires in the world. And one of the technologies that is in use in this building is called Power over Ethernet, which is again not a particularly new technology. It's been around for some time, but it has commercial application now, and its usage in this building is a little interesting, which I will take 5 minutes of your time to tell you about. So firstly, all of the lighting in this building is running on a 12-volt Ethernet cable. There are no electrical cables running anywhere on the ceiling of this building. So therefore, false ceilings are bereft of any current running at 220 volts, and therefore, unless there is something incredibly wrong somewhere, you can't really have a spark in this system, because a 12 volt doesn't really create a spark. So one, we've ruled out the aspect of electrical fires from anywhere within the false ceiling, which again is the precursor to about 90% mishaps that happen in building. The rest of the power obviously is below the false ceiling and therefore more approachable and more visible. But there is a second aspect which makes this technology even more interesting. And that is that you all know that LEDs change color by changing the frequency of the current that goes into it or the current itself. And modulation on low current is actually easier than modulation on high current. That also, you know, your phones are an incredible example of it. Touch screens are an incredible example of it. Stylus is an incredible example of it. And therefore, whatever you want to do with lighting, with the same hardware set, can actually be done by simply modulating the frequency or the current going to that particular fixture. So this can have and it does have biomimicry in its lighting. So therefore, workspaces or living spaces or bedrooms inside can mimic whatever time of the day it is that you want to recreate simply by programming it to that color code or that temperature code. But it goes one step further again. The biggest loss of energy and the biggest cause of unsuitable or unsustainable operating expenses in buildings are because of manual interfaces that get built into air conditioning and comfort conditioning of buildings. And this is where this technology really shines through. Because every light now has, so you know that an Ethernet cable has a multiple sets of pair of cables. So usually it could be 13, 17, whatever numbers of pairs, you can elaborate on that. A light actually just needs 2. And because it is an LED, it can actually be a throughput electrical connect. So the rest of the pairs of the cable simply get connected to sensors which are embedded in the light. And these sensors can be simple things like motion sensors. So a light switches on or off depending upon whether it senses a motion or not. They can be IR sensors, and therefore they can sense the temperature of human being and other equipments within that enclosed space. And this sensor then talks to the air conditioning unit and says, throttle down, there's no one here. Or somebody is ironing his clothes, throttle up, needs more cooling. There are sensors mounted on the facade, so it talks to the facade system and you know that the outside is sunny or cloudy or raining or whatever it is, and the internal system then adjusts accordingly. So what it does for the resident of the building is that it gives him a constant experience of the building without a manual interface or intervention. So if a bunch of people, like all of us, got up from this room and went out into the lawn, the air conditioning here would not switch off. I don't think it would. I can't see any sensors. So therefore, literally tens of tons of air conditioning will keep on running and wasting electricity while all of us were outside in the lawn enjoying ourselves. Won't happen in this building. It goes even one step further, that because these sensors are easy to put onto radio links, there are simple apps that you can download on your phone. And therefore, opening of doors and locks, the use of elevators, the use of air conditioning, the use of lighting, setting my personal preferences to what I want my house or my office to be like when I'm there. If I'm used to working in low light conditions, I would simply set it to 200 lux, and all the lights in where my room is would just dim themselves to 200 lux, and I'm going to have a comfortable time without actually having an interface. So there is a huge amount of data tech built into the building. We euphemistically call it intelligent buildings. These buildings are not intelligent at all. They are very dumb buildings. But this dumbness can be used very well by our profession, or more importantly, people like you who actually deal with the human interface of interiors in buildings. And last but not the least, even the mechanical systems in this building are actually talking to each other through this IoT or through the PoE. So blinds, for example, will sense the degree of glare, and once you've said that the degree of glare cannot be beyond so many lumens, will come down to a particular level and avoid the glare in that room. It, again, it cuts out glare, it makes it easy for you to work, it enhances the life of any natural material like cottons and rugs and carpets that you may have inside, artwork that you may have inside the building, or even something as simple as wooden furniture would last longer because you're not allowing infrared radiation to affect it because the building is closing and opening it itself. A last part of the building which makes it really, really interesting is that, and this is an unfortunate part, that a lot of these buildings are actually owned by people who don't really live in them. It's a sad truth of our lives that very large complexes and very large buildings are purchased by quote-unquote investors who don't actually live there. But because these buildings are, their sensory aspect, air changes, air conditioning, humidity control, is in the hands of your little phone that you have anywhere in the world, you don't ever have a problem of dead space or dead airspace inside the building. And because you've preset it and said that I don't want the humidity, for example, to exceed 65% or whatever your settings might be, for a very little cost of energy, you have savings on longevity of the building itself. So while I was talking, I don't know if you've noticed, there are some blue lines that have appeared on the building. These blue lines are dedicated to people on the site. So it means that somebody on my site in Lagos is now planning the shuttering for the 5th floor slab and is probably calculating how many plates need to go up by the crane and when the pour needs to happen. So while we're having a chat here about IoT and POA and so on, somebody else is working on this model doing something else and this building is getting built. If you were to, and I have a new friend here, Anup, if you can you zoom into one of these, any of these places, whichever ones you like. The red one, if you like the red color, you can zoom there. Yeah. Okay, so while I was speaking also, I think when I started talking, at least I did not see the fuel tanks for the generator there in the model when I started talking. But somebody in my electrical team sitting in Delhi has decided that the generator needs fuel and therefore is working on it and he's put those tanks in right now while I was talking. So this is a live example of work happening in a BIM environment remotely and out of the physical control of anyone like me sitting down and actually doing this. And as I said, the multiplier effect of technology, where probably just one electrical engineer is responsible for this entire building's modeling. He would probably take about 40 or 45 days to model this, which I think is an incredible achievement, because when we used to work in CAD, we would probably have 5 or 6 engineers working for the same amount of time to produce the same amount of work for the same amount of money, and also have the issues of these 6 guys not really being friends with each other and not telling where they put the switch. So in my projects, I've had situations where site has sent me a photograph saying, sir, there is a door here and you've also shown a switch inside the door. How do we do it? So obviously, you don't put a switch on a door, but my own drawings had it. Today, it can't happen. You know, the fuel tank will always be on the side of the column. Nobody is going to actually put it on the column. And therefore, whoever is fabricating this tank, and I think the steel for this building, by the way, is coming from Turkey. So whoever is fabricating in Turkey will also know what clearance he needs to do without having to call somebody or without having to fly in, you know, an engineer over there and say, make a shop drawing, etc. So this tech, which is based on BIM and is enabled by sensors, would probably allow us to create more meaningful interventions on the space that we are designing without having to spend too much effort of skilled manpower, trained manpower in the creation of that building. And of course, there is a lot more joy, there's a lot less stress, there's a lot less confusion, there's a lot less RFIs coming from site in terms of, you know, we don't know this or that is not clear. And you're also saving money in terms of the way this building gets built. There are fewer backtracking, there is no 2 steps forward, 1 step back happening. So it's something which is our little contribution. We've been working on this tech for about 9-10 years now almost. It's been a hard journey, but I think it's becoming easier. The system is becoming better, and the more you work, the more you populate it with data, the faster it becomes to churn out more details and more energy and more work out of it as it goes. So as I said, my talk is limited to tech that we've used. I'm not really sure if directly a lot of you would benefit from it, but my little effort at sort of pointing you in a direction of tech which you can use. Thank you for listening so patiently. Congratulations once again, and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you so much for an insightful session. Can we give a big round of applause to our first speaker? That was an incredible start. Well, with no further delay, let's move on to our next speaker for the evening. It is indeed my honor to be welcoming Kavi Jain. Speaking of him, Principal Architect and Director of Nirman Consultants, he completed his B.Arch from IIT Roorkee in 1988, where he is a visionary who followed his own path to explore previously uncharted terrain. In 1990, he set up Nirman Consultants, and over the years, the company developed into a world-class single-window total project management consultancy. With his passion for architecture and creative thought process, he inspires his team to produce path-breaking designs that has also won awards and accolades nationally and globally. He has laid the foundation of responsible corporate culture in India with the trend of sustainable and environment-friendly office buildings. Nirman is a world-class single-window architecture and infrastructure total project management organization. An ISO award-winning company, Nirman Consultants was founded in the year 1990 and is also known for its ingenuity, innovation, and etc. Trained by his acumen for creativity and aesthetics, Team Nirman excels in and out of the box design concepts. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to be welcoming on stage Mr. Kavi Jain.
Thank you very much. So I'll start with a very basic thing that I see here, that it's architecture and interior design, but I feel that the two cannot be segregated. At the end of the day, the body is a whole. It cannot be segregated into two parts. So architecture and interior design have to be treated as one. Because the thought process, I was speaking about architecture, and I said that the thought process, the coherence of thought, the integrity of thought has to be from top to bottom. What you see outside has to be inside. And when I say this, comprehensive means for you interior designers here, it should not just mean the ambience that you create or the furniture that you create or the soft furnishing, etc. It's the overall feel and down to the detail, because I would prefer having a coherent thought and a cutlery designed in the same thought and the stationery designed in the same thought that you have for doing the complete ambience of the place that you're talking about. So going by this, I would just relate. I'm sure that quite a few of you are architects, and how many of you are only interior designers and not architects? Oh, that's quite a good number. So I think I'll have to shift my loyalties more towards interiors than architects. But that apart, I think what happens is you have to work hand in hand with the basic architecture, the basic infrastructure of the place, and come up with a solution. One very big thing that I have noticed when you're purely doing interiors, I've seen that quite a few times there are no regulations which are governing interiors. For example, if you're doing an interior in the US or Europe, you need clearances, you need statutory clearances from various bodies, but we don't have any body in India which gives you a clearance for what interiors you're designing. So in the process, what happens is that quite a few of the architectural norms that we know about get shortened or get overwritten. A simple thing like I've seen some mezzanines being created. Now there is a particular set of bylaws that define how a staircase should be made, or there is a particular anthropometrics for the interiors for a staircase. Now, unfortunately, I've seen quite a few interiors in which some of these bylaws get violated. Now, that is something that we must be very, very careful about, because things like staircase can actually be just one of those things, but there are more serious things which are on human safety, and that's fire. I have seen quite a few places where the fire norms get violated, and because there is no governing body that really takes care of it, it does get through. However, as true professionals, I think it's your duty to ensure that all these bylaws get followed up, whether it is fire or the kind of air quality you're having, or the air conditioning, electrical, and sustainability. I think I'll come to the sustainability part at a later date, but I would like to say that please do follow the bylaws. And in fact, the Institute of Interior Designers must talk about having some kind of a governing body that does take care of these things. Because we consider ourselves as artists, and we call ourselves having an artistic license. And when you have that artistic license, मेरा नाम कवि है, तो पोएटिक लाइसेंस होता है, तो कई बार हम ग्रामर को भी इधर से उधर कर देते हैं, लेकिन इंटीरियर्स में नहीं हो सकता, बिकॉज यू आर डायरेक्टली इम्पैक्टिंग ह्यूमन सेफ्टी. The basic difference between a building and an interior is a building is seen by so many, but it impacts much lesser number of people because it's only the visual impact from outside. Now, for example, you have a huge building, let's say about 300,000 square foot kind of a building. You may be having about 600 or 700 users, but you may be having 6 to 7 million people who see it. What happens is the architecture that is created is only that has its own language. But when you're talking of interiors, what has to happen is you've got to have because you are a direct interface. I think Amin used the same word, and in fact, Amin, we'll have a talk after this because half the things, whatever I had written, you had already spoken.
You did that in the morning.
So I just got it back. Okay, fine. But I think it's a quid pro quo. No, not a problem. So what we do is, I was talking about the interiors directly impacting your human interface. Now, what the users are, they are spending a lot of time inside. If I talk of an office or if I talk of a home or whatever, so your sensitivity towards the human interface has to be much higher than pure architecture. Okay, scale does define the build forms. However, the direct touch, when you're talking about the senses, the direct touch, the kind of quality of air you're breathing in, the kind of sunlight, the natural light that you're getting in, becomes very, very important because we, as human beings, sun, air, all these things are very important for basic human health. And that's why being so sensitive about the anthropometrics that you're having, because that impacts a human body. It impacts the human comfort. If I look at the basic ambience, can you put this on? Okay, I'm fine with this one. So if you look at the basic ambience, if a person is not comfortable in the place we are sitting in, for example, this particular place, we've been here for about 8 hours. The basic quality of air, I'm sure that there must be some monitoring system here, but we must ensure that the quality of air that we people are breathing in is good. The human comfort in terms of anthropometrics has to be good, otherwise you will end up having physical issues. The touch and feel is definitely important. What also happens is when you talk of there's a lot of talk on green and sustainability. Now, I have seen, how many of you are actually doing sustainable green interiors? Can anyone? So I think when we had the number of people who were actually purely interior designers, there were many hands up. But I only see 3 or 4 hands which are talking about green and sustainability. But why not? Why? What is that particular thing which is actually governing or which is actually holding us from making sure that what we are doing is sustainable? How many of you would also look at the fact that how air conditioning is done in your particular projects, whether that is sustainable or not? Or do you use passive means of climate control in handling your interiors? Is it possible? Are you doing it? So there are not too many of you. So I would say that as a conscious effort, I would request, because there is a lot of talent here, and that talent should be utilized to do things which are sustainable, because at the end of the day, these are the things that will help you. Because what Amin just mentioned, that having electrical system which is running on LV, the low voltage is it's a fantastic thing, and this is the future. So I think all of us must update ourselves with technologies, because these technologies are here to stay. And one more thing you must understand, that technologies are now changing very fast, because if you what happens in every technology is initially the graph is very, very horizontal, but when it picks up, the graph becomes exponential. I'll take a small example of our cell phones. When I picked up this number that I still carry, I was paying 16 rupees a minute for incoming as well as outgoing calls. And I'm sure that most of the people were doing it. And that's why it was not really sustainable in terms of economy at that point of time. But the minute it picked up, look at what it is today. Look at how digital transformation has happened. So any technology will take some time, but adaptability, who does the adaptability? It is you. You are the people who have to educate your clients. You are the people who have to use these technologies. And in case you are able to use these technologies, I am sure that the overall impact, बूंद बूंद से सागर भरता है, तो आप लोगों के काम से जो सागर भरेगा, it will be a great thing. So use a lot of intelligence, because I can talk about the IBMS, the use of IBMS in buildings. The use of intelligence, now everything is coming down to your phone. And I still remember, it was, I think, 2002, when I'd read an article in India Today or Business India, one of these magazines, which said that in a few years from now, there'll be a device that wakes you up in the morning, it gets you tea, you read your newspaper on that, you talk to friends on that, it also acts like a toothbrush, etc., etc. And they went on. But today, I think half of it is already true. I think the first thing each one of us does, or at least I do, when you get up, is pick up your phone. Is there anyone who does not? Okay, 3 of them out of almost about 300. So that's the kind of a percentage. So what we need to do is we need to make sure that IBMS is used to a large extent. And IBMS should also be recorded. Whatever data you're collecting, I'll just take the example of one of the buildings that we did, which is a platinum rated green building. And I talked about that building in the morning. So that building we inaugurated in April 2014. So over 8 years, we've assimilated data. So today, what happens is that if you ask me that in that particular building, which is 22-storied, in a conference room at 4 o'clock, what was the energy usage of that particular room, I will have that data at the click of a button of the complete 8 years. So what we've been doing is that we've been assimilating that data, and every quarter we have a meeting. We have, in fact, Adil is the gentleman who did this. Adil is a common friend of Amin and me. And we assimilate that data, quarterly review it, and see where all we've been faltering or wherever we can do better. So I will just give real-time numeric tangible example. When we started that particular building, we were running at 700 kilowatts. In 8 years, we've been able to bring it down to by about 10%. And that's purely by analyzing the data that we've got. I can also tell you, apart from just the energy usage, but even in terms of air quality, the kind of air that you're breathing in. Now, this data, this is also a part of the data, because when GAIL was in their main premises at Bikaji Kamapale, they still are, some of the corporate offices, but we had a data that the absenteeism due to medical reasons or health reasons, the absenteeism over the past 18 years, in fact, from 2016 onwards, it's been so constant. When people shifted to this building in 2014, the absenteeism due to health reasons was X. In 2016, it became 0.2x. So only one-fifth of the people fell ill because the quality of air they were breathing in was there. We have got displays. I think every building now has a display of what kind of air you're breathing in and what kind of particulate matter, etc. you're using. So we've got that data, and that data tells you that it has a better human health effect. And since 2016, the data has been dropping. The medical absenteeism, the health reasoned absenteeism has actually dropped out to just about 10% in 8 years from 2014 to today, COVID apart. So COVID is, I think, one-off case which we can't really talk about. But that has really made sure that the intelligence that we build into our systems are used better and better. And it also takes care of the wastage. Because there is so much of wastage, like the whole building does not have switches. So it's based on motion sensors, thermal sensors, and wherever you're going, if there is no presence, the air conditioning will shut off, the power, etc., everything will shut off. And we also have the whole building runs on a very intelligent automated system for power. In fact, the different sets of generators are running, and the system detects by itself how much of power is being used, and it shifts to a lower usage generator in case the power is low. So that's the kind of a thought process we must have in our interiors also. Let us assimilate all the data that we have and make sure that we start considering ourselves as part of the technical fraternity also. Because most of the interior designers, as on date, do not consider themselves technical. They consider themselves more as artists. So I would say that the two cannot be separated. So what we must do is that you must have the right balance of art, the human safety, the human sensibility, and the technologies. And with this message, I'd leave you to keep thinking about whatever I've said, and I'm sure that you'll be able to implement it better. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kavi sir. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please give a big round of applause for the amazing session and all the information that you have put forth for us. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now I am super thrilled to be inviting our next speaker onto the stage, because he is definitely going to get all of you on toes. You must now be wondering, how would a speaker come up and get all of you on toes, isn't it? So let me introduce to you the very young, the very lively, absolutely zestful Abhishek Bhaskar. With a big round of applause, may we please invite Abhishek Bhaskar. And speaking of him, he is a beatboxer. Now you almost know why I said he's going to get all of you on toes. An award-winning architect, 3D world builder, digital NFT artist, and entrepreneur by default. One of India's leading beatboxers with over 750 plus shows and beatboxing workshops across India. First ever beatboxer to work on a project for the United Nations, where he collaborated with over 1,200 plus singers from 12 countries to promote international peace. Open for international artists such as Accent, St. Paul, and many more. Ex-youth brand ambassador for Adidas Originals and JBL. CEO and founder for B for Beatbox, India's first and leading startup to conduct live beatboxing tutorials. First Indian beatboxer to feature in the concept commercial of Pepsi. Conducted India's biggest beatboxing workshop at VR Mall with over 3,500 plus participants, along with Virat Kohli, Chris Gale, and Ranveer Singh. Founder of Dirt Lab, a design-centric firm focusing on design, education, research, and technology. One of India's leading NFT artists, creator of Meta Voice project, which is world's first ever beatboxing generated digital art NFT series. Above all, he's an absolute entertainer. So ladies and gentlemen, get your energies up high, skyrocket marketing as we all invite Abhishek Bhaskar with a big round of applause.
Check, check. All right. Good evening, everyone. I'm partially deaf. All right. This is the time to have fun. All right. We've all heard the technical details. Now we're going to have fun for the next 10 minutes. All right. Good evening, everyone. Take two. Okay. Cool. My name is Abhishek Bhaskar. I'm a beatboxer. How many of you know what exactly beatboxing is? No one? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. For those of you who don't know what beatboxing is, it's basically that is beatboxing. Did you guys like that? Yes? Super. Okay. Now, let me get a promise from your side. All right? We have to be active. This is going to be a dialogue. Right? So, everyone, put your hand up. Put your right hand up. Everyone, including the backbenchers. All right? Everyone, put your right hand up. Sir, this is left hand. This is right hand. Okay? Right hand up and repeat after me. I, your name, will, for the next 10 minutes, do whatever Baba Abhishekananda says. I will do whatever he says. I will be super active. Congratulations. Now you've made a promise, all right? Now let me check if you've actually standing by that promise. Let me get someone on stage. Who's a dancer here? You can just yell out their name. Who's a dancer? Anyone? Who's a dancer? Okay. If no one is a dancer, let me get everyone to dance, all right? Put both your hands up, both. Now right and left hand, all right? Now turn it by 90 degrees, all right? Now in 3, 2, 1, go. 5 calories burnt. Okay, next, everyone has legs? Yes, all right? Can you just stomp? We're on the ground floor, so don't worry. Stomp as hard as you can. I can't even hear it because there's carpet. Very nice. Good architecture and interior design. Okay, can you stomp harder? Right. Now left, right, left, right, left. Okay, let's do this. Follow the beat, all right? Now, third sound, next standard, all right? Clap, all right? Got confused? All right? Okay, next. That will be scream as much as possible. All right? Can we test it out? How many of you have a voice? Everyone, right? Can you scream in 3, 2, 1? Only yeah. What about the rest of the 25 alphabets? My mathematics is also gone. Okay. Everyone, including the backbenchers, scream. This is your night. All of you are winners here today, right? So scream your heart out and let it all out. See, I'm a rhymer also. Okay. All right? In 3, 2, 1. Super. Very nice. All right. Now, when you hear that sound, scream as much as possible. All right. 3, 2, 1. Nobody got the syllabus. Everyone was like, woo! That's it. Very nice. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, before I leave the stage, this is beatboxing. Now, how many of you know what is beatboxing? Raise your hand up. Lovely. Okay. Now, just like you raise your hand up, can you raise your body up as well? Can everyone stand up? See, I'm a very selfish guy. I'm fat, right? I shouldn't be the only one burning calories, right? Which is why I want everyone to burn calories, all right? Very nice. Okay, I should be a dietitian after this. Okay, now repeat after me, all right? Whatever actions I do. Ready? Put your hand up. All right? You can wave it. 180, 180. All right? 3, 2, 1, go. One second. That was first standard. All right? How many of you use smartphones in life? Real life, not metaverse. Okay. Everyone has a phone? Yeah? Can you take it out? Take out those beautiful phones. Anyone who has a Nokia 1100? No? Very nice. Oh. Next level. Okay. Everyone take out your phone. Turn on the flashlight on your phone. And before that, could I request our esteemed guest to come up on stage? Yes, I want you guys to see what I see from a stage perspective. Yes, all the 4 or 5 of you. Yes, ma'am, please, if you could accompany us as well. Everyone, take out your phone, turn on the flashlight. Please don't tell me your phone doesn't have a flashlight. All right? This is called the Sea of Stars, and this is what I want everyone to experience from a performance perspective. That's okay, sir. You can come on stage. All right? Ladies and gentlemen, ready? We're going to create history here. A non-fungible moment. All right? Ready? In 3, 2, 1, go! Second standard over. Now third standard. Keep it up, keep it up, keep it up. All right. Now this is going to be team interiors. All right. You're going to be design, interior design. Syllabus. Come on. All right. When I point at you, you're going to say interiors. When I point at you, you're going to say design. All right. Let's test it out. 3, 2, 1. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. And ladies and gentlemen, this was beatboxing. My name is Abhishek Bhaskar, and this is what I tell my parents as well. I get paid to make noises with my mouth. On that note, I also draw for a living as an architect. On that note, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. You've been an amazing audience. Have a great day. All of you are winners. Have some great food after that. And thank you so much. I'll see you soon. Bye.
Thank you so much, Abhishek. Can we hear a big, big round of applause for Abhishek, please? Audience, come on. See, Abhishek got in so much energy into the crowd. I want to see everybody's hands up in the air and give a big, big, big round of applause to Abhishek for bringing in so much power and energy. I think everybody is charged up, isn't it? So I have a very, very special speaker with us. So let me introduce, it is my honor indeed to be welcoming our next speaker for the evening. Ladies and gentlemen, with a big round of applause, let us invite Miss Tanvi Bhatt, the pioneer of personal branding in India. And speaking of her as the pioneer of personal branding in India, Tanvi empowers leaders to become thought leaders and thought leaders to become legends at Tanvi Bhatt International, India's premier personal branding company. She's the author of Tools of Transcendence and The Secret Toolkit, Thought Leaders Who Build Icon Personal Brands, a book that teaches leaders how to think, act, and become thought leaders in the industry. A 3x TEDx speaker, Tanvi is invited for keynotes by several MNCs like LinkedIn, Bank of America, KPMG, Deloitte, Infosys, Mahindra, Tata's, Adani, Reliance and India, as well as global forums like CII, PhD Chamber, TEDx, TIE Conference, Dubai SME World Summit, IITs, IIMs, and the list goes on and on. Tanvi is the Global Brand Ambassador, India, with the TIAW, where she champions the cause of women's economic empowerment with diverse women-centric organizations and industry bodies to help women excel in their careers and business by adopting personal branding for professional success. Tanvi is the official personal branding mentor and speaking coach with the Miss India and Miss Diva organizations, where she coaches the participants to deliver an inspiring, impactful, and irresistible personal brand experience both on stage and off stage. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with a big, big round of applause, may I please invite Miss Tanvi Bhatt onto the dais, please. Well, because Tanvi ma'am is the only women on the panel, I want all the ladies in the crowd to make as much noise to invite her. Ladies, come on, please give a big hand and make some noise to invite Miss Tanvi Bhatt, the pioneer of personal branding in India.
Thank you so very much for the warm introduction. And thank you all you amazing women for making that extra noise for me to welcome me on the stage. Good evening, Bengaluru. After such a high energy performance, collective performance, where did all the energy go again? Good evening, Bengaluru. Good evening. Brilliant. Today, we are gathered here obviously to celebrate each and every one of you, right? And in spite of that, why is there an energy dip in the room? One last attempt. Let me feel the pride that you're feeling sitting here in this room amidst all this illustrious dignitaries and achievers. Good evening. Good evening. Better. Moving on. So, first of all, thank you so much for inviting me to this amazing August gathering of all you brilliant change makers, disruptors of the design industry in India, the future creators of magnificent living spaces and working spaces that we'll have the amazing fortune to experience and be amazed by. It's an extreme amount of privilege that I have today to be able to address such an August gathering, and more importantly, celebrate the brand you with each one of you over here. My first question to you all, before even talking about the session today, is, let's start at point zero. How many of you all believe that you are a brand? Loud and proud. Just look around at the show of hands, friends. Less than 50%, correct? In spite of being extraordinary achievers and professionals, 50% and less brilliant leaders in this room believe that you are a brand. Why is that so? Why don't we have that level of pride and confidence in who we are as individuals, as professionals, as industry leaders, as change makers, that we can, especially in a gathering like this, proudly say that, yes, I'm a brand because the kind of work I do is unique, extraordinary, exceptional, and inimitable. Would you say the work that you do is unique, extraordinary, exceptional, and inimitable? Yes? And by definition, what is a brand? A brand is a unique promise of value, which an organization, product, service, experience, or a brilliant leader like you brings on the table. How many of you agree with me on that? Thank you. So, 2 + 3 = 4. By that definition, do we all believe we have a brand in the industry? Now, let's not go down the road where we are diagnosing the brand, good, bad, ugly, shocking. We're not going down that road. But we're trying to understand this one simple fact and internalize it, and more importantly, accept it with pride. We are a brand. And the sooner we accept that fact and take complete control of our personal brand identity, reputation, and legacy as a thought leader in the industry, the sooner you'll be able to make your competition irrelevant. I love that statement. How many of us in this room, in all honesty, will want to make competition irrelevant? Exactly. That is the power of building your personal brand as the go-to expert, authority, disruptor, change maker, and a thought leader in the industry. Now, question number 2, food for thought. We all understand what is the game of leadership, correct? We all are born leaders or made leaders? Born leaders, I like it. Do we understand the meaning of thought leadership? How many of you have heard these two words taken together before? Thought leadership. Suna hai? No? Kind of, anyone? Are you all aware of some thought leaders in your industry? Some go-to experts, authorities? Yes? The dignitaries sitting over here are the thought leaders of your industry, correct? Yes? Absolutely. A thought leader, my friend, will never call himself or herself a thought leader. That's the beauty of that philosophy. The others in the room will call them thought leaders because they are guiding the day after tomorrow today. They're guiding a generation of leaders who are looking up to them for inspiration, for knowledge, for wisdom, to create, to co-create the day after tomorrow today. That is thought leadership. The ability of a leader to imagine the day after tomorrow today and lead the world towards it. Now, how many of y'all in this room would aspire to become a thought leader in your industry? Yes, where you have every person in your industry and across industry looking up to you as what is happening in the industry of interior design, decoration, creating extraordinary living and workspaces. You would want to be a thought leader in the industry, correct? Where you have a huge influence on people, on how you design spaces, how you imagine the day after tomorrow today for your industry, for your clients, for the people that you live, work, and play with. We all would want to be those kind of thought leaders who have that undeniable influence on the lives of people. Agree? Yes? We do have it in our own unique ways, in our own unique, circles and pockets of communities. Agree? Now, the game is, how do you take those pockets of influence, those regional, local, maybe national pockets of influence, and take it to the global level, right? That is the game, and that is the future of thought leadership branding, of ensuring that you are now playing the game right. You are now playing the game by the rules that the global thought leaders in your industry, the industry shapers, the movers, the makers are playing. Do you all have 2 or 3 global icons in your industry that you look up to? Everyone has? Idols, correct? Who are they? They're thought leaders, agree? Now ask yourself, food for thought, what would it take for you to become, to evolve, and to transcend yourself to that level of iconicness in your industry so that you now play the game that these guys are playing at that level? And you start playing that game today, right? That's the change that I want to inspire. That's the seed of desire and dream I want to, really have incepted in your hearts and minds and souls today to elevate your global brand iconicness, okay? And with that desire and aspiration, I would love for each one of you to have a preemptive, huge round of applause, because I know, looking at all your amazing faces and achievers in the room, that the next time we meet, most of you would have already started playing the game right and elevated your brand to that global iconic level. So let's have a huge round of applause to each one of you today in the assumption that you are going to now do everything it takes, especially after listening to me today, and promising to yourself that you're going to play the game differently than everyone else does in the room. How many of you all promise yourself that? Yes? Brilliant. Amazing. And on that note, I would like to begin today's session talking about thought leadership and the role thought leadership plays in building your personal brand. As an expert, as an authority, as the go-to designer, go-to decorator, go-to horizons and homes creators and imaginers, right? We've all heard of the word imagination. You've heard of the concept of Imagineering, right? You guys are the Imagineers of tomorrow. That's a beautiful way to brand yourself also, because you guys are imagining what the future of homes and workspaces could look like. And that is why I am delighted to be here today to inspire you all, each one of you, to build your own unique brand of Imagineering so that the whole world knows what unique thought leadership you bring on the table compared to every single professional in the room. You need to answer this one question for yourself. What is my personal brand, and how is it different from my fellow peers sitting next to me? Can we answer that with clarity and confidence today? Yes? Brilliant. And if we can't, we are in the right place and in the right session to kickstart our thinking hats, to start answering these important questions about our brand, identity, reputation, and legacy. How many of you all would want to build and leave a legacy that outlives you? Yes? Brilliant. So, on that note, let us understand what is it that we should be looking at when we are building our personal brand intentionally, consciously, and strategically moving onwards. But before that, don't you think it is important for us to understand what a personal brand is not? Because let's face it, there is a lot of confusion around the term, correct? Because it's a very abstract term. You all agree with me? Personal brand, when you think about it, is quite an abstract philosophy in itself. And hence, more than half of the people in the room are not even consciously and proudly raising their hand saying that, hey, I am a brand. So let me tell you what your personal brand is not. It is not the number of followers you have on social media. It is not what you wear. It is not your so-called image. It is not your 15 seconds to fame. It is not a self-bragging strategy. It is not a vanity strategy. Agree with me? Thank you. Then what is your personal brand? In my humble opinion, your personal brand is your unique perspective or lens of looking at something. It is a value you bring on the table unlike anyone else. It is a vision that you have that nobody else can see in the industry. It is how you have the potential to transform that vision into a reality, unlike anyone else in the industry. It is how you do that again and again and again with clarity, consistency, constancy in the work that you do justice to your brilliance in not only executing but communicating that brilliance to the world time and again. And let's face it, we all falter in doing that, agree? We may be brilliant executors. Are we brilliant expressors also? Not as much as we would like to be, agree? We would want to really have a strong, unique, differentiated voice that does justice to our own brilliance of execution. How many of you are with me? That is the power of your personal brand communication. How you communicate your awesomeness, your uniqueness, your value creation, your legacy creation, and you do it time and again to your ecosystem, to your tribe, to your target audience, to your stakeholders, to your direct and indirect consumers and customers. That is your personal brand. But simply put, instead of making it more complicated, I intend to simplify it. For me, your personal brand is your thought leadership. Now, thought leadership is a very fascinating corporate jargon. Okay? Let me simplify it for you. Your thought leadership is what you do different than everyone else, what you do better than everyone else, what you do novel than anyone else doing it in the industry, and what you do uniquely unlike anyone else in the industry. Is it more clear now? Now, these four things, when they come together, are the beautiful mosaics that craft your personal brand. Make sense? Easier to digest, remember, and more importantly, answer these four questions, correct? Instead of thinking, oh my God, what is my personal brand? Can you answer these four questions for yourself? What you do, What are the 4 questions, friends? What you do differently, uniquely, better, and what is the last one? Novel. 4 things. What you do better, different, novel, and uniquely unlike anyone else in your industry. That goes into the crafting of your thought leadership and hence your personal brand. So if you have to take one message today, more than anything else, we've understood we all have a personal brand. Yes? Everyone with me on that? Now what you decide to do with your personal brand, how you decide to manage it, communicate it, build it consciously and strategically, which is called your thought leadership strategy that you employ and execute, that will determine your leadership position in the industry. Simple to understand, right? You having a brand is enough, means you knowing it is enough. What is the point of having a rock star brand and genius inside you if the whole world doesn't know you and celebrates it along with you? Is that a point? As they say beautifully, the Hindi muhavra, jungle mein mor nacha kisne dekha, correct? Do we make that mistake many times? So can we promise ourselves we are never, ever, ever going to make that one mistake at least? And we're going to stand up, speak up, and express our awesomeness, our unique ideas, vision, philosophies, insights to the world. And that is where I want to take you today. I want to help you understand what are the 6 dimensions of your thought leadership communication that you should be consciously aware of and communicate it with the right mindset and strategy to the people that you live, work, and play with. In today's era, where we call the digital-first ecosystems of business that we are a part of, it's extremely important for us to have digital-first leadership. Agree? How many of y'all are digital-first leaders? Less than 5% in the room. Do you see the numbers? But we all agree that it is important and imperative today. Agree? Quite a disconnect, right, my friends? If we agree that it is important and imperative for us to have a digital-first mindset, have a digital brand presence, why are we not doing it? Something for you to mull over when you get back home today. Remember, in today's day and age, if you do not have a digital-first presence as a leader and a thought leader and a business, are we leaving money on the table? Let's face it. By not having a strong personal and professional brand presence on the right platforms on social media and the World Wide Web, are we leaving money on the table? Simple question. Yes or no? No? By not having a digital presence, are we missing out on opportunities is the question. So we are leaving money on the table, correct? Why are we doing that? We are doing that because that's been the norm of the industry. We've never had a digital-first mindset, especially in this industry where it's always been a word of mouth, correct? Marketing and business development. But the last 2 years, if it has taught us anything, is that you cannot survive with only word of mouth option. So that's when you start thinking about your personal brand, expression, presence, management, and communication strategically by being present on the right platforms where your target audience, which you define who your target audience is, okay, is present, is active, is engaging, is potentially looking or would be looking for service providers like you. Make sense? And how would you then differentiate yourself from 200 odd people in the room who are possibly looking at the same target audience to serve them, correct? That is the power of thought leadership, creation, communication, and celebration. What makes you different? And the first dimension of your thought leadership that I want you to understand and start working on is called your personal thought leadership. Your personal thought leadership is the story of your personal brand, your personal life, who you are, what you do, whom do you do it for, why you do what you do. 4 questions. If you have to answer these 4 questions about yourself, uniquely and differently from everyone else in the room, this is how you will answer. Who you are, what you do, whom do you do it for, and why you matter. This will help you communicate your personal thought leadership and your personal story about your brand, your journey as a professional in a unique way, unlike anyone else. Why? Why is it important for us to tell our stories? Because we human beings are wired to fall in love with stories of people whose stories resonate with our own stories. And stories have the power to transcend time and space and geographies and civilizations, to inspire the next generation of dreamers and doers like you all. And that is the power of telling your story. Have you heard of this philosophy that leaders have to be storytellers? Designers have to be storytellers. Homes have to tell stories, correct? You have to tell the story of the journey so far to build credibility. But what thought leaders do differently, okay, is that they are story shapers. They are constantly creating the day after tomorrow today in public eye every second day, with clarity, conviction in their ideas, and confidence in the change that they are evangelizing for the industry to adopt. Isn't that what thought leaders do? They're evangelists of change, of transformation, and of a better day after tomorrow today in the public eye, using the power of content, content, content in today's day and age. Let's face it, we are content geeks today. Agree? What are we consuming online every single second of the day? Content, correct? And your thought leadership strategy is content-driven. That brings me to the second dimension of your thought leadership, your professional brilliance. It's what you do better than anyone else. It's what your brand will be known for. It's the value proposition you bring on the table as your big idea. How many of you will agree with me when I say this? All brands stand for one big idea. Yes? You know what Apple stands for? You know what Tata Group stands for? You know what Reliance stands for? All brands have a signature DNA. There's one big idea that they stand behind, something that defines who they are. And this model, please go ahead and take a picture of this. This model will help you put together your own big idea, friends, because it's a beautiful combination of 6 elements. What you're passionate about, what opportunity you are seeing in the industry, and what is the vision you've crafted, seeing that opportunity to leverage that opportunity because there's a lacuna in the industry that nobody's offering it. And when you combine these things together, you get clarity about your audience that you have to serve, the services that you have to offer, which is the value that you offer, and the impact that that value will create in the industry. Ask yourself these 6 questions around these 6 points of your big idea. And once you have clarity about these 6 frameworks, you will be able to put it together as your big idea. What you do better than anyone else in the industry, what change you are promising, evangelizing, and championing as the go-to expert for whatever it is that you do, whichever target audience that you want to serve. You need absolute clarity on what your big idea is, because you have to be the first brand ambassador, evangelist, champion, and supporter, and the voice of that idea. Because let's face it, if you don't do it, is your competition going to do it for you? You have to be the brand ambassador for your big idea and be known for it, because ideas are transformed into message. Your message gets transformed into a movement, and your movement eventually becomes your legacy in the industry. And hence, it is important for you to be absolutely strategic and crystal clear, A, about knowing what your big idea is, and then communicating it with pride on every platform that you find yourself on to your target audience so that they know who you are, what you do, what your big idea is, how you are disrupting your industry, and why you are absolutely the best person for the so-called job at hand. That is the power of your professional thought leadership. It emerges from your big idea, and then it takes a life of its own and has a potential to be transformed into your legacy. The third dimension of your thought leadership is your intellectual thought leadership. Who are your favorite thought leaders in the world? People that you look up to. The books that you've read that have impacted you. Any Indian thought leaders? Any American thought leaders that you can think of right now? Robin Sharma? Tim Ferriss? Dr. Radhakrishnan Pillai? Devdutt Patnaik? Sudha Murthy? All these people, they stand for certain philosophies, agree? And that philosophy or the way of looking at your industry becomes your intellectual thought leadership that differentiates you from everyone else. Because your intellectual thought leadership, mark my words, is a combination of three very important things. Your core expertise, the experiments you do in your profession, and the experience you have. Experience that life teaches you. When these three things come together, you are able to birth your intellectual thought leadership, something that you will be known for, a brand new way of looking at your industry and having your big idea built on that. So once your big idea is clear, your job is to communicate that idea to everyone, and that's where the intellectual property comes into play. How will you start thinking strategically like a thought leader to communicate your big idea to the world? And this is what all the thought leaders that we spoke about today do. They don 7 different hats in their journey of thought leadership and personal brand communication and management. First thing, they think differently. They think about their professional, personal, social, and spiritual transcendence. How are they going to shift the game across these 4 dimensions differently compared to everyone else in the industry? And around that school of thought, they come up with a philosophy that they believe in, that nobody else does in the industry compared to them. Something that only they can think of because they've brought together diverse schools of thoughts to birth their philosophy. Then they have the challenger mindset, where they're challenging something that is mundane, that is obsolete, that does not work anymore, because they have the vision of something better to replace that. They challenge the status quo. Once they've challenged the status quo, they become creators of products, services, experiences, ideas, philosophies, movements, to communicate that and to ensure that people that they are pitching it to can experience their big idea in action, in tangible formats. Once they create products, services, value to experience that big idea, then they have to don the hat of a strategist and ensure, how am I going to take this idea, convert it into a powerful business model, and ensure that it gets percolated across my industry, in my town, in my state, in my country, and across the world. So have a long-term telescopic vision of taking that idea into a business and ensuring that you are able to monetize that idea and not just have a brilliant sounding idea on the table. Once you've done that, your job as a thought leader is twofold: to be a teacher, mentor, and an advisor. And it happens step by step. Every thought leader that you know is a teacher first, because when you're espousing a big idea to your industry, don't you think you have to stand by it and teach people and mentor people on why they should adopt your big idea? Why it is profitable for them to test drive your big idea. So you become a teacher and a mentor for people who are coming behind you, because you're walking the path. You're the thought leader. And finally, when you do that time and again, you arrive at the brand stature of, say, a Warren Buffett, where he becomes the advisor, right? And that's a journey that you take. when you do each of these things consistently over a period of time to build your personal brand as a thought leader by communicating your intellectual property to your industry, you then allow yourself to become the advisor, the kingmaker for the next generation. Even today, as Chanakya said, kingmakers matter more than kings themselves. Agree? And who better than Sir over here to be a perfect shining example of that, the kingmaker of this industry. And that is why aspire for your personal brand to be elevated as the kingmaker in your industry. And that is what great thought leaders do across the world, because that is what drives them to inspire, influence, and impact their ecosystems with a legacy. Now that theoretically sounds brilliant, but how do you do that practically in today's day and age, where we have to practice digital-first thought leadership, correct? By being present on the relevant platforms, which could be, which are the relevant platforms for you in the industry, friends? And I'm talking about social media platforms over here. Instagram? LinkedIn? Oh, Facebook, not so much. YouTube? Twitter? 4 powerful platforms for you to be present on. But is being present on these platforms enough to inspire the people? You need to have a powerful content strategy that will help you elevate your personal brand as a thought leader across this roadmap, where you begin as the go-to expert, you have your big idea communicated consistently across different platforms time and again, to be known as a disruptor in your industry, to become recognized as an influencer, to become recognized as a national thought leader, and eventually, over the next few decades or years, elevate your brand as a global thought leader. This is the roadmap that I'm inviting you to embark upon, having clarity today on what it really takes to build your personal brand, because it all begins with thinking like a thought leader. Do you think there's a difference in journey of leadership and journey of thought leadership, especially after listening to me right now? Thought leaders think differently. So leaders might be born, but thought leaders, by that definition, are definitely made. And you have to take the responsibility of embarking upon the journey of thought leadership. And this is the framework or the content creators code. If all of you are wondering that, okay, all these things sounds amazing. I know I have to be active on social media. I have to communicate my thought leadership, my ideas, my vision, my brand consistently and with a unique differentiated value proposition. But how do I do that? How many of you all struggle with that question? What to post? I'm with you, I understand. And hence, this is the cheat code for each one of you to kickstart your journey of building your personal brand, communicating your awesomeness to your industry. What types of content you should be creating? Stories about the projects that you've worked on, what you did, why you did, etc., etc. Quotes, which are your quotes or quotables, that you can share about your golden nuggets, your wisdom, your insights about the industry, your bites. Insights, philosophies, interviews where you are being interviewed or you're interviewing other change makers in the industry by launching your own podcast, perhaps. Having perspectives on industry relevant news, breaking news, whatever mega projects happening across the world, and ultimately your big idea, your vision, your promise for the future. These 7 themes are what you should be creating content around to differentiate yourself from everyone else. Because let's face it, more often than not, people today are reposting what others are posting, are just commenting because they don't have anything new to create and share, or are just consuming and not creating or posting or commenting at all. Which bucket do you fit in? Ask yourself. This, my friend, will help you kickstart your journey of starting to be active on the social media platform of your choice. And finally, social thought leadership. I missed that almost. Your social thought leadership is the impact you have on your industry beyond your professional impact. Do you all have a cause that we are passionate about? Yes? Do we all have a cause that we are passionate about for social impact? Are we doing enough about it? How many of you all believe, honestly, that you are not doing enough about supporting or making a difference to the cause that you're passionate about? And that cause that you're passionate about could be professional related or social impact related. Believe me, will be the silver lining of your personal brand, because that will ensure you are creating a legacy that truly outlives you. Because let's face it, we human beings, we are visitors on this beautiful planet for approximately 70 years, give or take. Yes, on an average. Come to think of it, that amounts to only 25,000 days. Let that sink in for a second. We are visitors for 25,000 days. And most of us have already crossed 12,500 milestone. Agree? So the remaining 12,000 days of our life, we have the opportunity to have social impact that truly outlives us. Because do you really want to just live for 70 years or 25,000 days, or build a legacy and have an impact that outlives you for another 25,000 days? Something to think about. And finally, why bother building a personal brand? That's where the spiritual aspect or the spiritual lens of looking at your life, your journey of leadership comes into practice. And for that, I will tell you a slightly different perspective of how I came across clarity in my life to do the work that I do. It was just 2 years ago when I came across Bhagavad Gita's teachings for the very first time. And one fine day, while sitting in my meditative states, I allowed my consciousness to take a backseat and let a dialogue emerge between two different streams of consciousness, the Arjuna consciousness and the Krishna consciousness. And I was amazed at the insights I received about the work that I do, the impact of the work that I do, and the importance of it in today's day and age. Looking at it from a spiritual lens. I will not bore you with more lessons on what all it was, but the most profound lesson that I got is what I'm here to share with you today. The reason of us being alive and kicking today is not just to live a life of pleasure, but a life of purpose. How many of you all have absolute clarity about the purpose of your life? How many of you all have wondered, is there a purpose to my life? Yes. The purpose to our life is to be the co-creators of the future of humanity. We, human beings, are beautiful manifestations. One second, let me correct myself. We human beings are signature manifestations of the cosmic consciousness. And it is our spiritual destiny to co-create the future of humanity by enriching the consciousness of the planet with our art, our ideas, our work, because nobody can do our work the way we do it, with our own unique lens of looking at life, at our industry, at the social impact that we want to make in the industry, and of course, our spiritual raison d'etre, the reason of being here, our why. So be absolutely clear about why you want to do what you do. Have you all heard of a brilliant thought leader called Simon Sinek? Yes? Have you heard or seen his TED Talk called Start With Why? How many of you all have not? Please go and check out that TED Talk. It will help you understand the power of why in getting clarity about the purpose of your life. Okay? So these 6 dimensions are the building blocks of your personal brand. Your personal thought leadership, your professional thought leadership, your intellectual thought leadership, your inspirational thought leadership, your social thought leadership, and your spiritual thought leadership. And it is your responsibility to communicate these dimensions of who you are and the work that you're doing and what you believe, the work that you want to do across these 6 dimensions to your tribe. Agree? And that is what goes into crafting of the abstract concept called your personal brand. And that is the journey I'm inviting you to take. be clear about your different dimensions of thought leadership, A, first, and then B, go communicate that with pride to your ecosystem. And what other avenues to communicate? We've already discussed 4 key social media platforms I strongly recommend you to be present on to share your thoughts, ideas, vision, and thought leadership. But one non-negotiable platform each one of you must be present on is, why? It's the professional branding platform on the planet today from a social media perspective. Today people, okay, let me ask you this way. Have you all ever Googled anyone? Yes? Have you all Googled yourselves? Are you happy with what you find? Interesting. Something to think about. Today people don't even Google you. They directly LinkedIn you. Are you aware of that? They see what kind of a brand presence, visibility, credibility, influence, and impact you've had on communities on your LinkedIn network. That becomes the brand quotient of yours in the industry, what your LinkedIn looks like. Something to think about. So these are a few strategies I'm here to share with you today. Feel free to take a snapshot and just start implementing. You can start implementing these strategies going home today. Okay, before that, how many of you all have a LinkedIn profile? Not bad. After today's session, how many of you all will go and create a LinkedIn profile? Others not interested in personal branding? You cannot not be present on LinkedIn today. Agree? What's the common consensus in the room? If a Narendra Modi, a Barack Obama, a Richard Branson, a Priyanka Chopra, all these people are thinking it is imperative to be present on a platform like LinkedIn, can we afford to ignore the platform? Yes, we can afford to ignore the platform. No, we cannot afford to ignore the platform if we are serious about our personal brand presence and growth. So I invite you to kickstart your journey of LinkedIn with these few strategies to present your personal brand and profile with the finesse and flair that it deserves to be celebrated by. And these are a few strategies that you should be doing every single week. Post relevant content around those content creators code template that I shared with you at least 3 times a week, if not more. The best way to post is write a short piece of content or an article and have the right hashtags for your content to be discovered by your desired target audience. And of course, the right times to post on LinkedIn to leverage the algorithm is mornings 8:30 to 10 a.m. and on weekends, avoid Sundays if you're posting. Saturdays between 10 to 12 is a good time window for you to start being active on LinkedIn, because that's how people are active, present, engaging on LinkedIn. And because this was not a LinkedIn session, I have just taken the liberty of sharing a little bit with you all to help you kickstart your journeys of managing and growing your personal brand on LinkedIn with some assistance. But if you are really interested in building your personal brand presence and influence on LinkedIn, those 10 strategies were the first step for you to do. And there's this book that I've written with 100 strategies for you to build your personal brand as well as your company's brand on LinkedIn. So feel free to scan the QR code and download a copy of the book. 100 strategies that you can start executing literally tomorrow to build, manage, and grow your personal brand as a thought leader and influencer on LinkedIn. I invite you to do that right now. And on a parting note, if you do not choose to build your personal brand today, you are not only missing the boat, but you're already behind. Let me tell you that. If you don't choose to build your personal brand consciously and strategically today, you're already behind of peers who have more global aspirations and ambitions, who are building their personal brands the way global thought leaders do. So it's not a question of should I or should I not. It's a question of how aggressively do I have to begin my journey of building, managing, and growing my personal brand as the go-to expert and emerging thought leader, disruptor, and change maker in my industry. Because that will directly impact your company's brand equity and eventually business in the long run. So That's it from me. Thank you so much for being such a wonderful, participative audience. And congratulations once again.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, can we hear a thundering round of applause for Tanvi Bhatt? That was indeed an insightful and super beneficial session for each one of us. So we should start implying everything that ma'am has quoted right from today or from tomorrow. So on that note, with no further delay, let's call our last speaker for the evening, which will be followed by the award ceremony, the most awaited award ceremony everybody is patiently waiting for. So let's give a big round of applause and invite Professor Dr. Ajay Chandran CK. And speaking of him, a charismatic academician, guru and inspiration, has more than 2 decades of experience. Presently the professor, School of Architecture, Christ University, Kengeri Campus, Bangalore, former principal, SJB Institute of Technology, SJBIT, BGS Health and Education City, Dr. Vishnuvardhan Road, Kengeri, Bangalore, former Dean, BGS School of Architecture and Planning, serving as a standing appellate committee member, SAC member, the apex body All India Council of Technical Education, serving as the honorary secretary, GEM Associate, the Associate Chamber of Commerce and Industry of India, served as an executive member of Karnataka chapter, the Indian Institute of Architects, IIA, and also serving as a PhD examiner, University of Mysore, School of Planning and Architecture. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to be inviting Professor Dr. Ajay Chandran CK onto the dais, please. Lisa.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. The achievers of the day, all the leadership of the build industry, addressing a gathering, Design Awards. First name comes to our mind is Dr. Anand Nayak. He's been always active in recognizing the professionals all over the country, bringing them together, having deliberations. What a powerful start of the conference with a lot of varied thoughts. Congratulating the entire team of the Design Awards, led by Dr. Anandan, which is Sonia and her team, entire team. First of all, my guru, Professor Jaisam, very, very senior, national awardee, thought-provoking thinker, leadership in our industry. Right from our studio days at BMS, we always look up to him. You should check his projects, amazing, brilliant projects. More than tech, I would say humane, soul-touching, inspirational, material exploration. Today I was just taking notes and it was more like a studio for me, right? And I'm with you all. Like any one of you, enriching experience. Today I just wanted to look at the thoughts shared by my good friend, Architect Amin, technology. He initiated the discussion on technology, the tools. We are as good like our tools. Our tools may be intense, but if we are demigods, the tools are subservient to us. That is the message here conveyed. I'm sharing my perspective. As a leader, he may be leading the team, but there will be a lot of people who are working on the technology, identifying the right tools and technology. That's almost on a day-to-day basis each one of you will be doing. We are as good like our last work. Every day will become mundane. I keep repeating the things. Recently, I was just looking at a documentary. Most of you will get charged when we look at a personality like Elon Musk. SpaceX, we are looking at colonizing Mars. We are looking at traveling to moon. But we end up, most of us in design world, I will call it like we are all part of the industry where we are aggregating thoughts. we are sharing happiness. We are embodying the details what we are present with, or available palette which is available to us. And when we look at interior design, we look at the transformation of the surface, sometimes transforming the volumes, internalizing. Very well said by my colleague, architect Kavi Jain. Inside out and outside in, internalizing. We get technology onto the frame, delivering it onto the site, making people visualize and experience the form. Definitely, today's experience or experientia will be determined by the sensors. So they do the thinking. Artificial intelligence, data mining, both of the previous experts have shared their talk. They prioritized us. You identify the right technology for the project. The project brief determines a whole lot of other aspects. We are looking at a supply chain. Recently, we were witnessing the Independence Day celebration, where our beloved Prime Minister has reminded us, decade, the pointer. When we have our canvas, 75% of the materials coming from different parts of the world, and we talk about localization. We are talking about manifestation in our project and bringing that localness, unique identity. The soul of Bharat. There's a lot of dichotomy. Our intentions are pure. Our challenges are many. Technology might not be able to solve those intense, thought-provoking leadership, but definitely the inner engineering will enable us to take appropriate decisions. That's a challenge. We have a supply chain, we have a technology, we have aspirations, global aspiration. Now we are looking at colonizing outside. Challenges are many. We are not scared about setbacks or failures. Especially me, most of the days we fail. We fail for a better day. We are not scared about any failures or setbacks. Challenges do come, let it come. It molds us, it burns us, it refines us. We look up to inspirations, but people like Elon Musk look at challenges. They want to live at the edge. They are looking at answers for humanity. I got charged by our speaker, Ms. Tanvi Bhatt, who initiated the discussion on thought leadership. You are as good like you are thinking. It's deep within, inner engineering. The answers are very, very critical. These thoughts manifest their decision making in your office, in your team. It renounces so many other aspects which we have to, with which we have to keep moving forward to enable ourselves and the team propelling us to a larger destiny. If that is the case, what is the challenge we assume on a day-to-day basis? When we are aggregators, thoughts is also a critical dimension. Decisions, again, another critical dimension. With respect to the time, with respect to the resources, we try to complete our task. I will call it task. Definitely it will have an impact on the society. But the larger question is how our thought leadership, our leader was sharing the thought, what is that we are looking at? What is our goal in terms of your philosophy of architecture, philosophy of your team, philosophy of your brand? A lot of questions, a lot of core questions, a lot of agendas. And we also keep, it's a long journey. It's a marathon for our industry. Built environment is a marathon, 40 years, 50 years. Still, people are young at heart. Many of the senior architects or senior designers, senior interior designers are very, very young at heart. We always wonder. We respect their energy level, their thoughts. So right from technology, today intense discussion, right from technology to integrating the technology and taking appropriate decisions, leadership thought, then what is our personal goal? What is that we are going to live up to 40 years? Most of us are engrossed in this manifestation. We enjoy creating drawings, thoughts, decisions. Some gets lucky. Some always remain on paper. But still, we don't die off with that energy, with that outlook. Whole lot of challenges are in front of us, and we have to be prioritizing, because we don't have like 3,500 days or 2,500 days if we are lucky. Because pandemic has taught us various hard lessons in our life. To keep that energy, to pause, to think, to re-engineer, to prioritize. It is not anymore the practice which matters. It is a legacy which we try to create. Because my good friend Amin was sharing, RIBA had given awards for less than 3,000 square feet. It's not the scale, which is the intent, what you live up to, what you are demonstrating on a day in and out, and what you are enjoying. Maybe a journey looking around, talking to people, connecting with the roots. Maybe each one of you is a library. Can we bring in these libraries together? Aggregate, connect, share those thoughts. Do we really intend to reinvent the process? Can we all come together? Because we are not a very impactful industry. We are mostly unorganized. If we make it formal, it will be 4 or 5 times. Evening we had the same discussion with some of our colleagues. It will be bigger than many of the big industry. So right from technology to tools, to thinking, to leadership, first level, we have to learn to work together and to bring about the change. So these are the critical questions I thought I should add with all my former speakers, so that each one of us also do think uniquely, subtly, we will bring about the change without much disruptions. Maybe social media can be a tool. In the discussion we saw it, but many of us feel a subtle presence there, mainly because we need to pave way a lot of information. Today is full of information. We need to be subtle to enable everybody to participate. We coexist. Thank you. With that note, thank you once again for the patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ajay sir. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please give a big round of applause? Thank you so much for gracing the occasion with your presence and your valuable words. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to begin the most awaited. So are we all ready to receive the awards? Yes or no? Yes, can I see some more energy? Yes? I think I need to take a promise like Abhishek did, yeah, that you'll have to clap, and please make sure you're applauding for every interior designer that is with you, whoever is receiving the award. Let's all be together in this. So I do not want you guys to drop energies. Yes, we do have a couple of awards, but I want you guys to maintain the same energy. So are we ready? If yes, can I see everybody's hands up in the air and give a big round of applause to start off the award ceremony? Fabulous. Well, all right, to do the honors, it is my honor to be welcoming on stage the gentleman who doesn't really need a long introduction. With a big round of applause, may we please invite Krishna Rao Jaisim, the fountainhead of Jaisim, the guru and guide for thousands of architects. And speaking of him, he has enjoyed the practice of architecture for over 4 decades now, and he started the Jaisim Fountainhead in 1970, and since then he has created and recreated innumerable homes, institutions, commercial enterprises. He has written over 150 papers and articles, made about 1,500 presentations on several boards and councils, and finds time to interact with the students of architecture all over India. So ladies and gentlemen, can we give a big round of applause to invite architect Krishna Rao Jaisim onto the dais. And to accompany him to do the honors, I must call Mr. Ajay sir to please come and join him. Yes, please. Well, let's start off with the Interior Design Awards, the first award winner of the evening. So how we would be doing this is I will call 10 of the award winners. It's a humble request to all of you to please come forward and gather towards my left so that we can speed up the process a little. I repeat, I will be calling 10 award winners. I request all of you to please come and assemble in the front so that we could please speed up the process. All right? So let's have Barn Owl, Sarom Fab Private Limited, House Look, Burj by Arts and Drafts, Cha Design and Build, Pratik Jayant, Reminiscent Interiors, Epic Inc., Atlas Skill Tech University, La Space Design Studio, Maze Concept Design LLP, Pramod Build Tech Private Limited. I request all of you to please come and gather in the front. So let's start off with our first award winner. Ladies and gentlemen, with a big round of applause, may we please invite on stage Barn Owl for the leading and most innovative premium children furniture brand of the year 2022 India under the category Quality Products and Service. Mr. Shiva Vikrant, trendsetter and outstanding person with futuristic imaginary skills. Ladies and gentlemen, can we hear it loud and clear for Team Barn Owl? So much and congratulations, Barn Owl. Moving on, we have Sarom Fab Private Limited. Can we please have on stage Milan S. Shah for the best fabric and furnishing brand of the year 2022 India under the category Quality and Innovative Products, Entrepreneur of the Year India 2022 under Fabric and Decor category. Ladies and gentlemen, can we hear it loud for Milan S. Shah? Up next, inviting on stage House Look. Can I please have on stage M. Barajina, leading and most trusted interior designer of firm of the year 2022 Karnataka Residential Products, most prominent and promising entrepreneur of the year 2022 in the interior design domain. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our award winner, House Look. Up next, may we please call Radhika Man from Bearish by Arts and Drafts, outstanding and creative interior design firm of the year 2022 from North India under the category Premium Residential Projects and Commercial Projects, 40 under 40 Best in Trendsetter Designer of India 2022. Can we hear a thundering round of applause for Radhika Man? Congratulations. Moving on to the next award winner, can we please have Cha Design and Build, Mr. Pratik Jayant Ajmera, to kindly come on to the dais for the most promising interior design firm of the year 2022 from Maharashtra under the category Premium Residential Projects, 40 under 40 Best in Trendsetter Interior Design India 2022. Congratulations, Mr. Pratik. Up next, calling up Reminiscent Interiors for the most prominent and trusted interior design firm of the year 2022 from Karnataka under the category Residential Projects and Outstanding Service, 40 under 40 Best in Trendsetter Interior Design India 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, can we hear it loud and clear for Reminiscent Interior? Well, next up, for the most futuristic and creative architectural design, let us call up Epic INC for furnishing design and interior design firm of the year 2022, all the way from Tamil Nadu under the category Premium Residential Project and Commercial Projects, Mr. Shiva Vikrant under 40 under 40 Best in Trendsetter Interior and Architectural Designer of India 2022. Can we give it up for Mr. Shiva Vikrant? Up next, can I please call up Siddharth Sahani from Atlas Skill Tech University for the most futuristic and leading skill university of the year 2022, India, under the category Innovative Teaching Approach, Quality Education and Leading Infrastructure, Excellence in Educational Administration and Management 2022. Can we hear it for Siddharth Sahani? Well, next calling up La eSpace Design Studio for the leading and creative interior design and interior execution firm of the year 2022 from Telangana under the category Residential Projects and Commercial Projects for Excellence in Interior Design Consultancy Service India 2022. Congratulations, La eSpace Design Studio. Moving on, can I please call upon Dias, Mr. Kaushik Ramesh and Priyanka MC from Maze Concept Design LLP for the most prominent in creative architecture and interior design firm of the year 2022 from Karnataka under the category Hospitality Residential Commercial Projects 40 under 40 Best and Trendsetter Architect and Designer India 2022. Moving on, calling up on stage with a big round of applause, Ritu Gupta from Pramod Build Tech Private Limited for leading an innovative architectural design and interior design firm of the year 2022, North India, under the category Premium Residential Projects for Outstanding and Futuristic Women Entrepreneur of the year 2022. Congratulations, Ritu Gupta. Well, I will be calling up the next 10 set of award winners, and I request all of you to please come forward. Deco Arte, And Studio, Centrix Design Studio, Cat Penter Construction and Interior Company, Woodspice Interior, Design Your Nest, Axim India, Race Atelier, Virat Constructions and Interiors, Malvika Sukarta Designs, to kindly come and step forward, please. We also have Euphoria Architects and Constructions. I request all the 10 award winners to please come forward. All right, so calling up the first award winner from this section, let us have Deco Arte calling on stage Amardeep Gulri for Top and Trendsetter Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022, all the way from Gujarat, for the category Residential Projects and Commercial Projects, Entrepreneur of the Year 2022, North India, category Interior Design Service. Can we hear it loud for Amardeep? All right, so she's collecting the award on behalf of Amardeep. Can we have a big round of applause for Team Deco Arte? Moving on, we have Mr. Bhupender Kumar from Euphoria Architects and Construction for the leading and prominent interior design, turnkey execution and agricultural architectural design firm of the year 2022, North India, institutional projects and commercial projects. Can I have Mr. Bhupender Kumar on the dais, please? All right, can I please have on stage small budget big makeovers, Mr. Hitesh B and Miss Deepa Bansal, revolutionary interior design firm of the year 2022 from Andhra Pradesh, category residential projects. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big hand for small budget big makeovers, and on stage we have Mr. Hitesh Bansal and Miss Deepa Bansal. Well, next up, may we please call Love Chaudhary and Arshi Bansal from Ant Studio for Trendsetter and Leading Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022 under the category Hospitality Projects and Premium Residential Projects, 40 Under 40 Best Architect and Designer India 2022. Can we give it up for Love Chaudhary and Arshi Bansal? Calling up Centrix Design Studio. May I please have Prajwal MN, Ashish A, Basal B and Sachin to kindly come on to the dais. I'm not sure if they're here. Let's move on to the next award. Cat Penter Construction and Interior Company. May I please have Mr. Joe Sunny Katukaran for our top trusted industry. He's not here as well. Moving on to the next award. Wood Spice Interior, Mr. Amit Kumar Shah to kindly come on to the dais for the Trendsetter and Top Interior Design Brand of the Year 2022 Excellence in Interior Design Consultancy and Entrepreneurship. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a thundering round of applause for Mr. Amit Kumar Shah from Wood Spice Interiors. Can I please have Mr. Kshitij Garg from Design Your Nest for the most trusted and innovative interior design firm of the year 2022 for residential projects and quality service. Well, moving on to the next award, Axim India. Can I have on stage Mr. Amit Sharma for the most innovative and leading architecture and design firm of the year 2022. From North India, under the category Institutional, Residential and Commercial Projects, Top 30 Most Prominent and Trendsetter Architect and Designer, India. Up next, can we have Raise Atelier? Can I call up Budayan Chakrabarti and Joan Solomon to kindly come on to the dais for the most prominent and outstanding architectural design and interior design firm of the year 2022, all the way from Maharashtra under the category Residential Projects Elite 40 Under 40 Trendsetter Interior Design of India 2022. Can we hear a big round of applause for Raise Atelier? Moving. Dignitaries, thank you so much. Ajay sir, Jaisim sir, thank you so much. All right, to do the next set of honors, may I please request Shankar sir and Tanvi ma'am to please join me on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to be inviting our dignitaries onto the dais, please. All right, calling up the next award winner from Virat Constructions and Interiors, we have Praravi Mariga for the most promising and outstanding construction and interior design firm of the year 2022 from Telangana under the category Residential Products for the most creative entrepreneur in construction and interior design domain 2022 India. Congratulations, Virat Constructions and Interiors. Moving on, we have Malvika Sukandakar Designs. May I please invite Malvika onto the dais for the most futuristic and promising interior design firm of the year 2022 from Maharashtra under the category Residential Projects for Elite 40 Under 40 Best and Trendsetter Interior Design of India 2022. Okay, calling the next 10 award winners. I request all of you to please be ready in the front. We Are Design, RAS Project Consultants Private Limited, Kaka Ghar Design Studio, RJ Design, Gyapak Design The Space, Dorothy Design Studio, Niche by Kamna, Mansha Interiors, Independent Designer Turnkey Projects, AT Studio, Beyond Walls. I request all of you to quickly just do a jog and come and join us in front. And audience, we are starting off with the next set of awards, and can I please hear all of you applaud for each other, because we are all here to celebrate you and you are the champions of this evening. On that note, can I call upon stage Vrishali Pawar from VR Designs for the most promising and creative interior design firm of the year 2022, Maharashtra, Premium Residential Projects, 40 under 40 Elite Best in Trendsetter Interior Design India 2022. I want the rest of the audience to give a big round of applause to this team who's been super energetic from the start. So can we hear a big round of applause for Vrishali Pawar? Moving on, can I please have Anil S. Hinge from RAS Project Consultants Private Limited for the leading and most trusted interior design and turnkey execution firm of the year 2022 from Maharashtra for quality service and innovative design approach for most promising entrepreneur in interior design and interior project management domain. Ladies and gentlemen, on stage we have our award winners, RAS Project Consultants Private Limited. Congratulations, team. Moving on to a very unique name, Kaka Ghar Design Studio. May I please invite on stage Virali Malhotra to kindly come on to the dais to collect the award for the most promising interior design firm of the year 2022 from North India under the category Premium Residential Projects for the top 25 most emerging and trendsetter interior designer of India. On stage we have Virali Malhotra from Kaka Ghar Design Studio. Congratulations, Virali. Moving on, we have RJ Design. May I please invite on stage Rajan ESM for the promising and trusted architectural design and interior design firm of the year 2022, all the way from Tamil Nadu for the category Premium Residential Projects, Elite 40 under 40, Best in Trendsetter Interior Designer of India. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for RJ Design. Up next, can I please call Gyapak Designs the Space. On stage, we have Prachi Nagpal to kindly come on to the dais for collecting the Creative and Trusted Interior Design Firm of the Year Award 2022 from Punjab under the category Residential and Commercial Projects for Elite 40 under 40 Best in Trendsetter Interior Designer of India 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Prachi Nagpal. Moving on, can I please have on stage Dorothy Matlani from Dorothy Design Studio to kindly come on to the dais for collecting the Outstanding Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022 from Mumbai under the category Premium Residential Projects for the top 25 most emerging and trendsetter women interior designer of India 2022. Congratulations. Moving on to the next award winner, can we please have Niche by Kamna for the most promising and creative interior design firm of the year 2022. Gujarat Residential Projects and Commercial Projects, top 25 most emerging and trendsetter women interior designer. The one lady I can see from the audience applauding for everybody, so I want the entire set of audience to please give a big round of applause to Niche by Kamna. Congratulations. Moving on to the next award, let us have Mansha Interiors for the most promising and trusted interior design firm of the year 2022 from Karnataka under the category Residential Projects 40 under 40 Best and Trendsetter Interior Designer India 2022. Congratulations, Mansha Interior. The next award winner for the evening, let us call on stage Mamta Rao from Independent Designer Turnkey Projects for the most promising and creative freelance interior designer of the year 2022 from Karnataka, again under the category of residential projects. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Mamta Rao from Independent Design Turnkey Projects. Shankar sir, you may please be seated. Tanvi ma'am, I'll need you for some more time. And Aman sir, can you please come and join me on stage? Aman sir is definitely going to bring in some energy to the crowd. All right, so let's have the next award winner. AT Studio, can I please have on stage Anam Tawfiq for creative and promising interior design firm of the year 2022, Maharashtra under the category Residential Projects, Hospitality, Commercial Projects, 40 under 40 Best and Trendsetter Designer of India. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Anam Tawfiq from AT Studio. Congratulations, Anna. Moving on, we have Millie Gajra from Beyond Walls to be collecting the creative and promising interior design firm of the year 2022 from Maharashtra under the category Residential Projects. Elite Top 25 Most Promising and Emerging Women Interior Designer India 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Millie Gajra from Beyond Walls. Thank you so much and congratulations. Let me call out the next 10 award winners so that you guys can come gather in front. Youth Interiors Private Limited, Nika Design Studios, The Cactus Designs, Srijan Interior, Decor Designs, Wood Shells, Yugen Design Space, The Design Studio, Bhakti Amit Survey Designs, AWO, Anushka Contractor, to kindly step forward so that we can start off with the ceremony. All right, with no further delay, let's call up our first award winner from this session. Calling upon stage Mr. Sumit Kumar and Yashna Sen from Youth Interior Private Limited for the most promising and creative interior design and turnkey firm of the year 2022 from West Bengal under the category Residential Projects and Commercial Projects for the top 25 most emerging and trendsetter interior designer of India 2022. On stage, ladies and gentlemen, we have Sumit Kumar and Yashna Sen from Youth Interiors Private Limited. Congratulations. Moving on, calling up on stage, we have Nidhi Mishra and Karan from Nika Design Studios, creating and promising interior design firm of the year 2022 for premium residential projects and commercial projects. Elite 40 under 40 Best Trendsetter Interior Design Award, and Miss Nishi Mishra is selected to receive the top 25 Most Emerging and Trendsetter Interior Designer India 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give it up for Nidhi Mishra and Karan? Well, next up we have Akansha Srivatsava from the Cactus Designs, promising and upcoming interior design firm of the year 2022, all the way from Telangana under the category residential projects, to be receiving the elite top 25 most emerging trendsetter women interior designer India 2022. Congratulations, Akansha. Up next on stage, we have Srijan Interior to be collecting the outstanding and trusted interior designer firm of the year 2022 from North India under the category residential projects and commercial projects. Congratulations, Srijan Interior. Moving on, can we please have Shreya from Decor Designs for outstanding and creative interior design firm of the year 2022 from West Bengal under the category premium residential projects for the top 25 most promising trendsetter women interior designer India 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give it up for Shreya from Decor Design? Congratulations, Shreya. Moving on from wood shells, we have Kavya Gupta for the outstanding and creative interior decor brand of the year 2022, North India, under the category sustainable products and innovative designs. So ladies and gentlemen, let's please give it up for Kavya Gupta from wood shells. Well, next up we have Vaishnavi T from Eugen Design Space for the most futuristic and outstanding architecture and interior designer firm of the year 2022 from Karnataka under the category residential projects, product design and commercial projects for the top 25 most emerging trendsetter women architect and designer India 2022. Congratulations, Vaishnavi. Well, next up, let's call upon stage Tejas M. Shah from the Design Studio for the leading and most creative interior design firm of the year 2022, Maharashtra, under the category residential projects and commercial projects for the top 25 most prominent interior designer India 2022. Moving on, calling upon stage architect Raj Kotari from AVO, prominent and creative architectural design and interior execution firm of the year 2022 from Maharashtra under the category residential and commercial projects 40 under 40, best and trendsetter designer India 2022. Up next for the most creative and trusted freelance interior designer of the year 2022, can I please have on stage Anushka Contractor from Maharashtra under the category premium residential projects for the top 30 most promising women interior designer India 2022. Audience, please give a big round of applause for Anushka Contractor. Thank you so much. Calling up the next 10 award winners. Jade Design House, Arc Lane, JRD Constructions Co., Rockberry, Arya Designs, LabLink Industries, Studio Nama, Thousand Island Hotels and Resorts, Berlin Interiors, Designer Purnima Lavish Jain, Space Edge Interiors. Can I request all of you to kindly come forward? All right, so calling up the first award winner from this category, we have Mansi Jade from Jade Design House for the most promising and innovative customized lights, chandeliers and furniture brand of the year 22 from India for outstanding products and service top 25 most prominent and creative women designer, India. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Mansi Jade from Jade Design House. Congratulations, Mansi. Up next, can we please have Sumit Prakash from JRD Construction Scope for the most promising construction and design firm of the year 2022 from Uttarakhand under the category of residential and commercial projects, promising entrepreneur in design and construction domain 2022. Moving on, can I please call Muhammad Ibrahim Ansari from Rugberry for the most creative and leading rug brand of the year 2022 from Gujarat. For the category quality products and e-commerce, can we give a big round of applause for Muhammad Ibrahim Ansari from Rugberry. Tanvi ma'am, thank you so much. So I would want you to stay back. And Ajay sir, can I please ask you to come and join me back on the dais, please? All right, moving to the next award winner. On stage, can I please have Sachin Krishna Patil from Arya Design for the most trusted and promising interior design and turnkey firm of the year 2022, Maharashtra and Karnataka under the category commercial projects and public sector projects, excellence in interior design consultancy and execution. The next award winner on stage, we have Akhil Mittal from LabLink Industries for Outstanding Edge Pattern Plywood Panel Brand of the Year 2022 India for Innovative and Creative Products, Most Promising Entrepreneur of the Year 22. On stage, ladies and gentlemen, we have Akhil Mittal. Congratulations, LabLink Industries. Moving on to our next award winner, can I please have on stage Ms. Namrata S. Shetty and Mr. Neil T. Christo from Studio Nama for the prominent and futuristic interior design firm of the year 2022 from Maharashtra under the category Hospitality, Residential and Commercial Projects. Elite 40 under 40 Best and Trendsetter Interior Designers in India. Our next award winner from the Thousand Island Hotels and Resorts, can I please have Maulik Bhagat, Most Futuristic and Innovative Luxury Nature Retreat of the Year 2022 India, Excellent Service, Outstanding Architecture and Excellent Hospitality, Excellence in Entrepreneurship and Hospitality. I guess he's not here, but congratulations, Maulik Bhagat. Moving on, we have Balan Interiors for the most trusted and promising interior design firm of the year 2022 from Tamil Nadu under the category commercial projects. Ladies and gentlemen, on stage we have Balan Interiors. Congratulations. Moving on, for the promising and raising architecture and interior design firm of the year 2022, may we please call designer Purnava Lavish Jain to kindly come on to the dais. They are from Karnataka under the category residential projects and commercial projects for the top 25 most emerging and promising women architect and designer India. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for designer Purnava Lavish Jain. Up next, for the trusted and creative interior design firm of the year 2022 from Telangana, we have Space Edge Interiors under the category residential projects and commercial projects. Can I please invite Come, Ravinder on the dais, please. On stage, ladies and gentlemen, for the trusted creative interior design firm of the year 2022, we have Space Edge Interiors. Congratulations. Calling up the next 10 award winners: 3DI, Atul Bhanga, C8 Studio, Architecture Design Combined, Home for India Private Limited, Posh Designs, Adhya Architects, Consultants and Planner, Dwan Designs, Design House, Glendec, DSVN Designs, Viviana Interior. Aman sir, thank you so much. Ajay sir, I want you to stay back. Tanvi ma'am, if I may please have you back on the dais to give away the awards. Of course, when you're on stage, there's too much glam, yeah? All right, so all the awardees are here. Let's start off with the next set of awards. Let us call Mr. Atul Bhanga from 3DI for Creative and Trusted Architectural Design and Interior Design and Turnkey Interior Firm of the Year 2022, all the way from North India under the category Premium Residential Projects and Commercial Projects, 40 under 40 Best in Trendsetter Designer India 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Atul Bhanga. Thank you so much and congratulations. Moving on, we have C8 Studio. Can I please have Mr. Zeruda to kindly come and join me on the dais from C8 Studio for Rising and Creative Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022, South India, for residential projects and commercial projects, top 25 most emerging and trendsetter interior designer India 2022. All right, up next, from the Architecture Design Combined, can I please call Mr. Harshal Safi and Miss Loretta Rigo Safi to kindly come and join me on the dais to be collecting innovative and creative architecture and interior design firm of the year 2022. I guess it's not here, but congratulations, Architecture Design Combined. Moving on, we have Mr. Ashok Sharma from Homes for India Private Limited for leading and trusted architectural design and interior design firm of the year 2022 India under the category Residential Projects, Healthcare and Commercial Projects. Excellence in Architecture and Interior Consultancy and Service 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Mr. Ashok Sharma. Congratulations, Mr. Ashok Sharma. Our next award winner on dais, we have Miloni Shah from Posh Designs for the Prominent and Creative Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022, South India, under the category Premium Residential Projects and Quality Project Execution, 40 under 40 Best in Trendsetter Interior Designer India 2022. Congratulations, Miloni. Moving on, we have Miss Reshma Patel from Adhya Architects, Consultants and Planners for the most promising and trusted architecture and licensing firm of the year 2022 from Maharashtra to be collecting the top 25 most promising and trendsetter women architect and designer India. Ladies and gentlemen, on stage we have Miss Reshma Patel. Congratulations, Reshma. Our next award winner on stage, we have Vinod Kumar from Dawn Designs for Innovative and Trendsetter Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022. Under the category Commercial Projects, Workplace Design and Residential Projects, Excellence in Entrepreneurship and Design Consultancy, give it up for Vinod Kumar from Dawn Designs. Well, our next award winner on stage for the Promising and Creative Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022 from Karnataka, we have Design House under the category Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. The firm is also receiving Outstanding and Trusted Furniture Store in Bangalore. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Design House. Congratulations, Design House, are the most promising and creative interior design firm of the year 2022. Moving on to the next award winner, may I please have on stage Xavier Glenn Correa from Glendec for leading and most trusted interior design and interior project management firm of the year 2022. They have come all the way from Kerala and this is under the category of commercial projects, residential and outstanding service projects. So let's give it up for Xavier Glenn Correa from Glendec for excellence in interior design consultancy and execution 2022 India. Congratulations, Glendec. Ajay sir, thank you so much. And Kavi Jain sir, could you please join me on the dice, please? Ladies and gentlemen, can we please give a big round of applause for Kavi Jain sir? All right, let's start off and call up the next award winner, DSVN Designs. Can I please have on stage Mr. Vikram M for Outstanding and Creative Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022 from Karnataka under the category Hospitality, Residential, Commercial Projects, Excellence in Interior Design, Consultancy and Execution. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for DSVN Designs. We have Vikram M on stage. Up next, can I please call Ms. Priyanka from Viviana Interior for Creative Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022 from Gujarat under the category Residential Projects for the top most 25 promising women interior design India 22. All right, so calling up the next 10 award winners, I request all of you to please assemble in the front. Reflection Matters, Sajid Associates, Claris Interiors and Designers, Curve Design Studio, LNS Design Concepts Private Limited, BT Design, Sakshi Sahani Designs, Innova by Sakshi Gehani, Paushika Gupta Architecture Plus Design, Space Connect Architects, MJK Designers. I request all of you to please step forward. Well, on that note, let us have our first award winner for Raising and Promising Architectural Design and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022. May I please call on stage Sharat Kumar L and Swati S from Reflection Matters, all the way from Tamil Nadu, under the category Residential Projects for top 25 most promising designer India 2022. Congratulations, Reflection Matters. Next up, to receive the award, can I please have Sajid Ma from Sajid Associates for the Outstanding and Prominent Architectural Design, Structural Design, Construction and Design Firm of the Year 22 from Telangana under the category Residential Projects and Commercial Projects, Excellence in Design, Consultancy and Implementation. Ladies and gentlemen, on stage we have Sajid Ma from Sajid Associates. Our next award winner on the dais, can I please have Kanupriya Gupta from Claris Interiors and Designers for Creative and Promising Interior Design Firm of the Year 22 from Maharashtra under the category Residential Projects and Retail and Commercial Projects. Can we please give a big round of applause to invite Kanupriya Gupta on stage from Claris Interiors and Designers. Congratulations, Claris Interiors and Designers. Moving on to the Rising and Promising Interior Design Firm of the Year 22, can I please have on stage Zeenat Pathan, Fayaz Khan and Sarfraz Khan from Kaf Design Studio. Onto the dais, please. From Gujarat under the category Residential Projects and Excellent Service and Consultancy. Top 25 Most Emerging Interior Design Firm of the Year 22. Congratulations, Kaf Design Studio. Our next award winner for the evening for the leading and innovative interior design and design build firm of the year 2022 from South India, we have L&S Design Concepts Private Limited under the category Commercial Projects and Outstanding Services. May I please invite Mr. Shijal Joseph to receive the Excellence in Entrepreneurship Design Consultancy and Execution. Ladies and gentlemen, on stage we have L&S Design Concepts Private Limited. Well, next up, can I please have Mrs. Bhavisha Thakur from Maharashtra, BT Design, Prominent Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022 under the category Residential Projects and Commercial Projects, 40 under 40 Best and Trendsetter Interior Designer India. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for Mrs. Bhavisha Thakur from BT Design. Congratulations, BT Design. Moving on to the next award winner, can I please have on stage Sakshi Sahani from Sakshi Sahani Designs for the most trusted and creative interior design firm of the year 2022 from Chhattisgarh under the category Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. The 40 under 40 Best and Trendsetter Interior Designer India 22. Our next award winner for the evening, we have Innover by Sakshi Gehani. Can I please have Sakshi Gehani on the dais, please, for Outstanding and Creative Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022. From Maharashtra under the category Premium Residential Projects and Commercial Projects for the top 25 Most Trendsetter Women Interior Designer of the Year 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Innover by Sakshi Gehani. Thank you so much and congratulations, Sakshi. Moving on, we have Parshika Gupta from Parshika Gupta Architecture Plus Design from North India for the Trendsetter and Creative Architectural Design and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022 under the category Premium Residential Projects and Commercial Projects for the top 30 Most Promising Women Designer India 22. Next up, can we please have Space Connect Architects I would like to call up architect Dhanashri and architect Rohit Patil to kindly come on to the dais to be collecting the award for upcoming and promising architecture and interior designer firm of the year 22. They've come all the way from Maharashtra and have won the award under the category residential projects, top 25 most emerging and promising architects and designer of India 22. Once again, congratulations, Space Connect Architects. Calling up on stage our next award winner for the evening, Mamta Kamar from MJK Designers for Outstanding and Promising Interior Design Firm of the Year 22 from Telangana under the category Residential Projects for the Most Emerging Women Interior Designer of the Year 2022. Can I please call the next set of award winners? I request you to please come forward. The Studio Verve, GK Consortium, MJ Architects, Dhavni Shah Design Studio, Studio Synergy, Design Pinnacle Infra Private Limited. Can I request all of you to kindly step forward? On that note, let us call up our first award winner in this set. Can I please have on stage Charita Kailash from the Studio Verve for the outstanding service in interior design consultancy. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for Charita from the Studio Verve. Thank you so much and congratulations, Charita. Moving on, can I please call on stage Mr. Karthikeyan G from GK Consortium for Most Promising and Creative Interior Design and Construction Firm of the Year 2022 from Tamil Nadu under the category Residential Projects and Commercial Projects for the Most Emerging Entrepreneur in Design and Construction Domain, Tamil Nadu. Congratulations, Mr. Karthikeyan. Can I please have architect Meenakshi on stage from MJ Architects for the Rising Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022 from Maharashtra under the category Premium Residential Projects for the top 25 promising and trendsetter Women Architect and Interior Designer 2022. Thank you so much and congratulations, Meenakshi. Moving on, can we please have Team Design Pinnacle Infra Private Limited to be collecting the Outstanding Architectural Interior Design and Project Management Firm of the Year 2022 from North India under the category Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. Let's give it up for Design Pinnacle Infra Private Limited. The next award winner, Ms. Dhavni Shah from Dhavni Shah Design Studio, winning the Trendsetter and Prominent Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022, all the way from Maharashtra under the category Premium Residential Projects 40 Under 40 Best Interior Designer India 2022. All right. The next award winner, the Studio Synergy. Can I please call up Pooja Agarwal and Nitin Agarwal to kindly come and join us on the dais to be collecting the leading and outstanding architecture, project management and interior design firm of the year 2022 from North India under the category Institutional Projects, Residential and Commercial Projects for the top 30 most prominent and trendsetter architect and designer India 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, on stage we have the studio synergy. We have Pooja Agarwal and Nitin Agarwal. All right, thank you so much, dignitaries. All right, ladies and gentlemen, with that we come to the end of the physical awards. A big round of applause to the rest of you who are here. We will now be continuing with the virtual awards. So before that, a big thanks to each one of you for being fantabulous audience. Right, can I please call Euphoria Architects and Constructions, Mr. Bhupender Kumar, for leading and prominent interior design, turnkey execution, and architectural design firm of the year 2022. From North India under the category Institutional Projects and Commercial Projects. Ladies and gentlemen, on stage we have Euphoria Architects and Constructions. Can I please have Mr. Bhupender Kumar on the dais, please? Once again, thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. All right, with that, we come to the end of the physical awards. We will be continuing with the virtual awards in the next 5 minutes. So for the rest of you who are here, a big round of applause to all of you for being fantabulous audience. You guys were all great energy, and congratulations to all the award winners. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we will now be starting off with the virtual awards. Our first award winner in the virtual award winners, we have Shruti Milani from Golden Pyramid Designs for the leading and creative interior design firm of the year 2022 Telangana. All right, our first award winner, we have Dhara from Scribble Studio, Ahmedabad, Gujarat. Congratulations. Moving on, we have ID Mohit J. Mystery and architect Bhumi M. from Emerge DS, the Design Studio, Surat, Gujarat, India. Congratulations, Mohit and Bhumi. Up next, we have Golden Pyramid Designs, Shruti Milani from leading and creative interior design firm of the year 2022, Telangana. Retail projects, residential projects, and commercial projects, 40 under 40, best and trendsetter interior designer of India 2022. Congratulations, Shruti Milani. Our next award winner, we have Darshan Chedda from Atelier. Darshan Chedda Atelier from Rashi Chedda from more trusted and creative interior designer firm of the year 22, Maharashtra, under the category residential projects and commercial projects for the top 25 most emerging and trendsetter women interior designer of India 2022. Moving on, we have Purna's Group. Let's have Chinmay Joshi for outstanding and promising architectural design and interior design firm of the year 2022 from Gujarat under the category residential projects and commercial projects for the top 25 most emerging interior designer of India 22. Moving on, we have SRV Interiors Maharashtra. Let's give it up for ID Sachin Vishwakarma from SRV Interiors. Congratulations. Zealworks, we have Subodh Gururaj Bhalur and Shashanka V. Mohan Manjunatha KB from Zealworks for the most promising and trusted interior design firm of the year 2022 from Karnataka under the category residential projects and turnkey projects. Moving on, we have Rupin from Goiz Arki, most futuristic and creative interior design firm of the year 2022 from Maharashtra under the category premium residential projects and commercial projects, 40 under 40 best and trendsetter interior designer of India 22. The Picture Studio, we have Priya Doon for the most futuristic. We have the Picture Q Studio, Priya Doon for the most futuristic and promising architectural design and interior design firm of the year 2022 from North India under the category Premium Residential Projects, 40 under 40 Best Trendsetter Interior Designer of India 22. Moving on, we have from Rajasthan, Apurva Jain from Matters of Space for the most promising and creative interior design firm of the year 22 under the category residential projects for the top 25 most emerging women interior designer of India 2022. Archive Design Studio, we have Kalpesh Mevda for Outstanding and Leading Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022. From Gujarat under the category Premium Residential Projects, 40 under 40 Best and Trendsetter Interior Design of India 22. Moving on, we have Shruti Gupta from Shruti Gupta and Associates for Outstanding and Innovative Interior Design Firm of the Year 22 from Maharashtra, Premium Residential Projects and Commercial Projects, 40 under 40 Best and Trendsetter Interior Designers of India 22. Congratulations, Shruti Gupta. Studio SKO, we have Saloni Kotari for Trendsetter and Creative Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022 from Maharashtra under the category Premium Residential Projects and Commercial Projects for the top 25 most emerging and prominent women interior designer India 2022. We have Deepak Kumar Pradhan from Dream Vision Idea for leading and most trusted interior design and interior execution firm of the year 2022 from West Bengal under the category Residential and Commercial Projects for 40 under 40 Best and Trendsetter Interior Designer India 22. We have Mr. Prasanna Ghag and Davina Ghag from the Square Feet Studio for the most promising and trusted architectural design and interior design firm of the year 2022 from Maharashtra under the category Premium Residential Projects and Commercial Projects for the top 25 most emerging and prominent women interior designer India 2022. Up next from Design Decor Drama, we have Dimple Gada for the most futuristic and creative interior design firm of the year, all the way from Maharashtra, under the category Premium Residential Properties and Commercial Projects for the top 25 most emerging and prominent women interior designer, India 2022. Moving on, we have Mr. Ravi Vadolia from RV Interior Design Studio for the upcoming interior design firm of the year 2022, Gujarat under the category Residential Projects. We have Mr. Mathan and Nitin Shah from Design Studio from Gujarat for upcoming architectural design and interior design firm of the year 2022 under the category Residential Projects top 25 most emerging design of the year 2022 India. From Anjaneya Projects, we have Rakesh, Lakshmi Shruti and Uppalapati from Outstanding and Trusted Interior Design and Turnkey Interior Firm of the Year 2022 from Telangana under the category Residential and Commercial Projects. From RN Designs, we have Mr. Rohit Gupta and Ms. Pooja Gupta for the most prominent and creative interior design firm of the year 2022 from Maharashtra under the category Residential Projects, top 25 most emerging and trendsetter interior designer of India. Mr. Ali Haider from F Design Studio, most emerging and outstanding architecture and interior design firm of the year 2022. We have Mr. Ali Haider from F Design Studio from Telangana for the most emerging and outstanding architecture and interior designer firm of the year 2022 for the category residential projects and outstanding services for the top 25 upcoming and trendsetter architect and interior designer India 22. Beautiful Homes by Asian Paints for the most futuristic and innovative decor brand of the year India under the category residential projects and outstanding service. ANCA International LLP, we have Anjali Goel for most futuristic and creative interior designer and furniture brand of the year 22 from North India under the category premium residential projects for excellence in entrepreneurship and design domain 2022. Well, up next from Maharashtra, we have Vidhi Mehta from Beyond Home Studios for emerging and creative interior design firm of the year 2022 under the category residential projects and commercial projects for the top 25 most emerging and trendsetter women interior designer India. Well, up next we have Shweta Jain from Space Karma from Gujarat for the creative and prominent interior design firm of the year 2022, residential projects and commercial projects for Elite 40 Under 40 Best and Trendsetter Interior Designer India 2022. Well, up next we have Studio Sculpt LLP. We have SK Tausif Hussain for the most promising and trusted interior design firm of the year 2022 West Bengal under the category hospitality projects and commercial projects for 40 Under 40 Best and Trendsetter Interior Designer 2022. Moving forward from New Delhi, we have Mr. Ashmit S. Alag from Transform for most futuristic and creative interior design and architectural design firm of the year 2022 for premium residential projects and commercial projects for the top 25 most prominent space designer India 2022. Up next we have Vrinda Murthy and Vivek from Qubit Space for the top and most trusted interior design firm of the year 2022 for the category luxury residential projects, hospitality and commercial projects, 40 Under 40 Best and Trendsetter Architect and Designer India 22. Moving on, we have Sania Kantawala Designs for most futuristic and trendsetter luxury interior design firm of the year 2022 from India under the category premium residential projects and commercial projects, 40 Under 40 Best Interior Designer India 2022. From Crafted Spaces, we have Mitali for top 25 most prominent and trendsetter women interior designer 2022. Moving on, we have Samrat Design Studio for most promising interior execution and interior design firm from Gujarat under the category residential projects and commercial projects. Neetu Magoo from One Source for creative and trusted interior design firm of the year 2022 under the category residential and commercial projects for top 25 most promising women interior designer India 22. Studio Mode Box, we have Guneet Singh and Harjaz Kaur for Creative and Prominent Architectural Design and Interior Design Firm of the Year 22 from North India under the category Residential and Commercial Projects 40 under 40, Best in Trendsetter Design India 2022. Moving on, we have Janvi from Walls and Things, Leading and Creative Interior Styling Firm of the Year 22, India, under the category Premium Residential Projects for Top 10 Prominent Women Interior Stylist India 2022. Well, our next award winner, Rajveer Sharma from Telecom Design Company, all the way from Maharashtra under the category Residential Projects and Commercial Projects, Leading and Trusted Interior Designer and Interior Turnkey Firm of the Year, Excellence in Entrepreneurship and Interior Design Consultancy is Rajveer Sharma. Moving on, we have Green Kalam Interior Designers Private Limited for Rising and Creative Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022 from Tamil Nadu under the category Residential and Commercial Projects, Excellence in Interior Design Consultancy and Execution. Congratulations, Green Kalam Interior Design. Up next, we have Ashish Pandey from Akshar Technologies, Leading and Prominent Firefighting Project Execution Firm of the Year 22 for Industrial Projects, Most Promising Entrepreneur of the Year 2022. Moving on, we have Tawfil Nazar Ansari from In Interiors Private Limited, Trendsetter and Leading Interior Design and Project Management Firm of the Year 2022 under the category Premium Residential Projects and Commercial Projects 40 under 40 Best and Trendsetter Interior Designer India 2022. Our next award winner, Mrs. Samir Ahmad Zaid, the Minimalist, the most futuristic and innovative architecture and interior designer firm of the year, all the way from Tamil Nadu. Holiday Homes being the category, top 25 most promising and trendsetter interior designer India 2022. Well, up next we have Jagdish K from Simplify Home, all the way from Telangana for creative and trusted interior design firm of the year 2022 under the category Residential Projects, Excellence in Interior Design Consultancy and Execution. From Uttar Pradesh, we have Furnestry, Mr. Manish Allen and Ankur Allen for outstanding products and the elite most promising and trendsetter entrepreneur of the year 22. Moving on, we have Vivid Decor, Vidhi Soni for racing and promising interior design firm of the year 2022, all the way from Gujarat. Residential projects and commercial projects for top 25 most promising and emerging women interior designer 2022. Sonam Jhawar Design for outstanding and creative interior design firm of the year 2022 from Maharashtra under the category Premium Residential Projects 40 under 40 Best in Trendsetter Architect and Design India 22. For most creative and prominent interior decor brand of the year 22, we have Beyond Dreams from India for quality products, interior, fabric and furnishing. The winners are Miss Avni and Mr. Akshay from Beyond Dreams. A Square Designs, we have Mr. Ajay Arya. Moving on, we have for the outstanding service, residential projects and commercial projects, the most promising entrepreneur of the year 22 interior design, we have Space Interior Private Limited. Mr. Rajesh Padhe from Space Interior Private Limited, Mumbai. Congratulations on the award. All right, ladies and gentlemen, with that, all right, ladies and gentlemen, yes, I get we're a very small crowd, but we come to an end of a fabulous awards and conference, and you guys were all stunning audience. A big cheers to the entire team. Thanks to Taj West End for the beautiful location. And everybody, can you please give a big round of applause for our lights and sound team who has been with us throughout. All right, and then we can also thank the entire Beginup team. And of course, I cannot forget you, audience. Big round of applause to each one of you for being a part of this fantastic evening. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Beginup Awards and Conference 2022. I hope all of you had a fabulous time. It was a great journey with all of you. Until we meet next time, this is MC Nidya signing off. Thank you.